You want to? Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to day 2 at the Aspire stage of the International Civil Service Conference 2026. I thank you for your time and your presence. We are short. I apologize for starting out late. So today's session is going to feature interactive discussions and presentations that is centered on smart tech for young officers who want to excel. So I'll be calling on the moderator, Eyilare Okonkwo, to step to the stage. Please give her a round of applause as she steps to the stage. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before I forget, my name is Ezine Onwemelu. So welcome once more. Ma'am, I will leave you to take it from there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to Aspire Stage at ICSC 2026. We're in for a great time together. Thank you also for your patience. At this point, let me just go straight away and call our panelists. We have Miriam Utuk. Is she here? Okay, we have Tekana Uyusa Ibuime and Fashola Akiwale. Let's have you all on the. Please, let's give them an Aspire stage welcome. Please come up and speak. Just put in your names. Give the talk and then tweet at the same time.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Pardon? 14 minutes. Let's supposed to be 4 here. Mic check.
Hello? Okay. I apologize. Mrs. Ramotu Bello will take over as the moderator for the session. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and esteemed and proud civil servants. Good morning. Can we have a reply to the greeting, please? Let's make it interactive. Good morning. Thank you very much. Today, we are going to bring something interesting. This is the stage where conversation impacts. We engage ourselves. We try to have a conversation on our everyday job as civil servants. This is the stage, we are not just impacting, we are also inspiring. So welcome to the Aspire stage. And I have lovely, distinguished panelists with me, and they will kind of introduce themselves as they speak. But before I start, let me just ask a simple question. Today we are going to talk about smart tech for young officers who want to excel. Do we agree that life is all about choice? Let's make it interactive. It's not a conversation where we do slides. We're going to talk to ourselves. Let's make it very interactive. For the next 40 minutes, we'll be engaging ourselves. Do we believe that life is all about choices? Even this topic is confirming that. Smart tech for young officers who, can you complete it for me? Who want to excel. So the choice is yours. And today we are here to make that choice very, very easy for you. And now, today is a global world, right? We don't do things the normal way anymore. We have left the normal way of doing things. And there's this popular saying, if you want to go fast, they say you should do what? Go alone. If you want to go far, you go alone. But today, this morning, we are going to change that narrative. That if you want to go far and faster and smarter, you need to go with technology and knowledge. Do you agree with me? Thank you. And do you know that this word knowledge, we can break it down. First is the know, and there's L in between, then edge. Are you with me? If you know, the L there is for continuous learning. So if you know whatever you know, as long as you continue to learn, you already have an edge. So when you put it together, it becomes knowledge. So we want you to move faster, smarter, effectively, and more productive by using technology and knowledge. So I'd like to start with a short story before I move to my panelists. Some time ago, two young officers were employed and joined the public service. Officer A is stuck with doing his normal thing manually. They both struggle, both Officer A and Officer B struggle with writing memos, writing reports, doing presentation, doing data analysis. Everything is manual and is really taking a toll on them. And that is our everyday life as civil servants, right? We write report, we write memo, we write minutes of meeting, we do this, we do that. We go for an assignment, we are asked to write a proposal, what do we need to do, budget preparation, all these are things that we need to do manually. So these two officers are engaged. And the officer B looked at himself and said, no, I can't continue like this. And do you know what he started doing? He started learning as the L in the knowledge. He started going for free online courses. And before you know it, he becomes better in the way he manages his email. He becomes better in the way he writes his memos. He becomes better in the way he writes his reports. And he becomes sought out. All the senior staff, the directors, deputy directors, the pansec, they want to take him for a program because when they come back, they know that he's going to give them something reasonable. Do you know how he's able to do this? He adopted the change that technology has brought in. He adopted it, he learned, and he become what? He is adding value digitally. So he become highly sorted, digitally valued staff. And today that's what the engagement is going to be. How we can use this tool to make ourselves better as public service. So the reality of workforce today is that we have no option. Technology is no longer an option. But are we familiar with some of the questions? Like, let me just read out some things. And if we are familiar, you just affirm to it. You know, we civil servant, we have a very funny way of fighting change, especially if technology is involved. You start hearing things like, oh, this work is not for me, it's for the ICT staff. I don't need computer. I don't have working tool. The network is not working. We cannot find their server. Are we familiar with all these kind of excuses? These are just excuses to like give a backbone for us for not to use the technology. Can we add more? I know we have a lot. I prefer paper. These digital tools are too complicated. Are you with me? What if I make mistake? Forget that thing. Government system know the work. Are we familiar with all this? These are just excuses for us to deny ourselves the opportunity to become better. And today, you know, I keep telling people our own set of generation of public servants, we are so blessed. We are full, we are given opportunity. We have a lot of opportunities, if I should just mention some. Today's young officer has access to tools previous generation never imagined. Am I speaking your mind? Today's public servant has tools that the previous generation of public servant, they cannot even just imagine it. What are we talking about here? Everybody is now AI, artificial intelligence, right? Digital collaboration platform. We now use virtual meetings. Are we together? We have cloud storage, smart automation tools. We have data analytics, e-document management system. We now have ECM. As I'm here, after my section, I'll still go back to my ECM and answer, start working as if I'm in the office. I don't have to give excuse, oh, I'm not in the office. I'm at ICSC 2026. I cannot attend to your file. It's no more the story. So, but beyond having access to technology, the real question is, how can young officers use smart technology responsibly and strategically to stand out, become valuable, and excel in public service? Are we together? That's what these gentle young officers, vibrant officers, we are going to learn from them. We are going to learn from each other because there will be interactive sections where you either ask questions or you make more comment on the ongoing discussion. So now I'll go to my panelists. Are we ready to do this? The young officers are here and we are looking up to see how smart can they work using technology. And again, let's put it at the back of our mind. The biggest risk today is not technology. It is refusing to adopt to technology. You see, let me shock you. As we all sit down here, we have Instagram account, right? We have Facebook, right? Some of us, I don't know the Gen Z, if they are here, they go to TikTok. Are we together? But when it comes to do official work, the story changes. I don't have tools to work. And we have smartphone. We have data, right? I agree some reasons are genuine. Yes, we use our money to buy the data, but the job is ours. It's not for anybody else. We are responsible for that schedule. We are responsible to deliver. And for us to be epic, you know, we all know what epic is. To be efficient, productive, incorruptible, and citizen-centered, we have no option than to adopt technology. So my first question is this to my wonderful panelists. This will go to Mr. Wee. What smart technology tools should every young officer learn today to remain relevant in the public service? As a young officer yourself, you have used a lot of tools that have helped you to be a TA to our dear digital model head of service. We know why you are here. So give us the stuff.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Uyi Osai, and I work in the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Can you hear me?
Can you hear him, please?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, it's better. Okay, thank you. So my name is Uyi Osai, technical assistant to the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Thank you so much, lead panelist, for the question. So since I assumed the role, I have had to adapt to where I am, right? We all know that the head of service, civil service of the federation is a digital head, a digital leader. So everything around her has to be digital. Where I came from, we're in that digital, right? So when I came, one of the first things I had to do was read. I studied a lot on the role and what I was expected to do, and I saw that when it comes to technical, a lot of people feel like when you say, "Oh, digital," it means you must be able to connect to the internet, you must be able to troubleshoot a network problem, and all that. There's so much that comes with being digital. So let me go straight to the answer. So I had to learn AI tools. Sorry, I had to learn AI tools. I had to learn analytics tools. I had to learn tools about service, right? For example, we have the online compendium of Secular. I had to learn how to use that tool when after it was launched. We have the ServiceWise GPT right now. I had to learn how to use it. Also, I had to learn how to use tools like Google Doc because there are sometimes you're working on some documents and you are collaborating with someone else. If you work with normal Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft um, digital suites, you have to send the file to the person, right? But what Google Doc does is you can work together at the same time, right? You can be typing, the other person is seeing you type and be making changes. Those are very, very important things. So for me, like I said, there are a lot of tools right now in the system, and as time goes on, a lot more will be coming. But I would just like, and also, our lead panelist did not introduce herself properly. I would like to do that a little. So, Madam Ramatu Bello here is our service-wise GPT champion in the office of the head of civil service, and not just the office of the head, in the whole of the federal civil service. She is our champion. So let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, so service-wise GPT is an important tool. It's like when I came, there were some things that were in my job description, right? But I had to adapt. And thank God for service-wise. It has helped me to improve myself. It has helped me to learn new things. And let me stop there for our lead panelists to take over.
Can we appreciate him for that? I don't know if you pick the keyword he constantly use, consistently. I learn. I learn this. I learn that. I adapt. Did you pick these keywords? And that is why he has edge over other people. He might not be the best, but he continuously learn. He adapt to the changes that technology brought, and he has that full complement of knowledge. He has edge over others. So please, like you also said, when you say technology, it's not all about, computer. There's a way you use it that is key. And that's what we are trying to draw your attention to. This morning, what we are trying to do is to awaken. I don't know how many of us have read that book, Awaken the Giant in You. We want to awaken that your interest, because every civil servant, we are just simply the best. I don't know, but let's appreciate ourselves. We are the best. And he just spoke about service-wise GPT. How many of us know about that? How many of us? Let's just show sign of hand. How many of us know about service-wise GPT? How many of us use it, not just knowing it? How many of us use it? Thank you so much. I see that. And it cut across, like he said, we have a platform that I call the Service-wide GPT Hub, where we have over 297 public officers in that group, where we create awareness and we sensitize the officers on how to adopt this change and how to use it to the best. And the frequently asked question is this: you are asking people to use ChatGPT, won't they be lazy? Then I ask you, in those days, how do you identify a carpenter? You must see a hammer, right? You see a saw, a nail, and his biro will always be stuck to his right. So those are the ones we call carpenters. Then tools came up, innovation came up. The people that adapted to those change, today they are called what? Furniture makers. So as the more they use innovation and technology in their everyday work, you start hearing furniture showroom. See? So if you now ask the public service to use the service-wide GPT to adapt to the technological change, we are just saying this is an opportunity for you to be smarter and more effective and not being lazy. To your full chest, if anybody asks you, oh, you are using ChatGPT, you are using ICT, won't you be lazy? Say, no, I'm now smarter, I'm more effective, I'm more productive, and you can go and say it with pride and say with confidence. Thank you, Mr. Wee. So we have another panelist that just joined us. This is Miriam Utuk. She introduced herself properly too when it's her time. So my next question is this. What common mistakes do young officers make when using digital tools at work? Mr. Fashola, can you take that? Yes, we are now preaching, use these tools, use the digital tools, but we make a lot of mistakes in trying to use those tools. Can you identify so that we learn from you? It's on, right?
Hello. Okay, can you hear me? Good morning once again. My name is Fashola Oluwaseun. I work in the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Can you hear me, please? Okay. So I work in the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, ICT to be precise. So the question, what common mistakes do civil servants make while using this digital tool? I think one of the things I would first say is that, you know, I'll start with the AI tool. Most people look at the AI tool as, oh, we're exposing our data, we're exposing these, there are a lot of risk, things like that. And I always have this question behind me, like, while you sleep overnight, it is a risk. A lot of things happen. While we are here, we are in this building now, it's a risk, we take it. So adopting the AI tool, yes, we agree is a risk, but we have to move on with it. The world has evolved. It's either you join the race or you are left behind. And one of the mistakes that young people do, the public service do, is the risk we are talking about here, imputing what ought not to be done, what not to be put in these tools. I can imagine within the public service space, we have what we call the secret documents, things like that. I can't imagine a public servant who, is left with a secret document and say, oh, I want to upload this thing on the AI tool. That's a very big risk. That's a mistake. So the smart way of using all these things, you have to be smart while using this tool. And as well, you still have to use them because they are your basic productivity tool within the service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The point he has made here is straightforward. Yes, there are risks, attached to the use of technology. We all agree. But the use of it is not an option. We just have to use it. But again, we need to know the ethical ways of using it, because you cannot upload sensitive document. And there's what we call prompting when you're using the service-wise GPT or any of the AI tools. It's called prompting. Prompting simply means what question you ask, how you ask it, and the response you get. If you upload sensitive, what the point he's trying to make is that we should also know what to upload or how to use it, because you want an AI to support you in either responding to a memo or generate a report does not mean that you upload the whole of the topic of that, or you have a document that carries maybe some financial breakdown, your budget or whatever, and you just upload it. If somebody that is good with the use of prompt, use the right prompt, he can bring the whole of that document out. And do not forget, it is at this venue we need to understand that all AIs are trained with data. And why we are promoting the service-wide GPT is because this particular AI tool has been trained with our own public service data, our PSL, our financial regulation, our procurement, and our memos, our circulars. Those are what the data that has been trained with it. And the more we engage with it, yesterday the head of civil service said, I think we have about over 50,000 charts. That means the service-wide GPT has been engaged with over 50. That's data. And so the day you ask service-wide GPT, oh, I need to give a staff that has absconded from office a query, it gives you the format. Tomorrow, if I ask the same thing, is that first question that you have asked that is already there? It's just going to refine it. So again, he's just stressing that we don't have an option. We need to use it, but we also need to learn how to use it with the ethical values of the public service. Thank you very much. I hope we are engaging. We are making sense from the stage. Please let us know if we are messianing, eh? But if you are learning, I'm looking at your faces. I'm seeing people that are smiling, and I'm seeing people that are nodding in affirmation to what we are discussing here. That is what we are here to engage. So my next question will be for Miriam. Okay, so you're welcome. You introduce yourself. How can young officers improve workplace collaboration using digital tools? Maybe, hold on there. Before you came in, Mr. Uyi was talking about when you use the Google Doc or any of the Google Productivity Suite app, you know, you can have a report. You are in a team right now, and 10 members of that team are supposed to go through a report. We don't have to write, print, give to Mr. A, go write, you use the Google Doc, and as he's making his comment, he's making his whatever he's doing, another member is seeing it. That is collaboration. So I asked the question, how can young, because we are just here to tell ourselves that the use of AI or the use of technology is a must, but how best do we adopt and how best do we use it? Because you should not leave this stage after this section and still remain the same. I know you're not going to be. So I asked this question, how can young officers improve workplace collaboration using digital tools? Miriam, you have the stage.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Mariam Utuk, and I am a program analyst. I currently work with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. So first of all, I like the keyword. When I walked in, the first thing I heard was adoption. And I just like to say that that's one thing. I've been more than 10 years, maybe 12 years in service. And that's one thing I've had to do. And I think most of my colleagues who came in with me have had to do is adopt quickly. So when I came in 2013, I remember I was process re-engineering, and then there was information systems. Then we quickly jumped to e-government, and now it's smart tech and AI. So it's important for us to courageously adopt most of these systems so that we can make service delivery better and, the nation better. But yes, and another important thing is for collaboration. I don't know if that's I don't know what aspect of civil service that is. Maybe one of the enablers of, work process. But other than Google Docs and all the other services that we have, all those other ones like Microsoft, and probably the foreign ones that people use. Yes, the Google Drive, yeah, the Gov Drive and all those things. So there's a bigger one that that the head of service is actually pushing service-wise, which is the ECM. That's the Electronic Content Management System. I think that's what it's called. And I know maybe, but don't quote me, I'd say maybe over 40% of adoption across service. But that's an important way to collaborate, because right from the initiation of, let's say, mails coming into the service and issues and queries, they come from probably the registry. And so everyone has access on different levels. So you have probably on your desk as a desk officer, if you're level 9, level 10, there's what you call in systems engineering, it's called access levels. I don't know if I'm correct, if there are experts here. So I think it's access levels. Yeah, so it gives civil servants the opportunity to collaborate on a document. And it also helps us solve one of the issues that we're trying to, solve within the cell, which is effectiveness. That's timeliness of issues being solved. So I don't need to carry my files, or, I don't need to carry my memos from one desk to another and wait for some sort of like response. So yeah, it's important. Collaboration is important within service. So alongside using those digital services that my first colleague spoke about, which is like the Google Docs, and then, other foreign ones that we use, there's the ECM, which the head of service is really pushing. It also has its own mail servers, and, and it helps us with security as well. And just to add, madam, if you don't mind, to security issues that we face and mistakes we make while adopting most of these things. On the basic level, I know there are a lot of digital literacy programs that the head of service pushes through SmartP and through NITA and whatnot. They try to teach us how to approach all these digital devices. So things like your password, obviously, and then we spoke about the service-wide GPT. You're going to use the values of service. You're not going to come and start using service-wide GPT for what should I buy my children for their birthday presents. So strictly for work and whatnot. And you're not going to open, all of us have emails. There's a reason for that, for security, for accountability, and so many other things. So you're not going to use your email to sign into it. You sign in with your own personal email. So your work can actually be tracked. And also promoting collaboration as well is very important. I know when I came in, there were a lot of older people when I came into the service, and I wouldn't say collaboration wasn't encouraged, but in our daily practices, because digital adoption and smart tech adoption is about sharing information. I'm not going to hoard my memo from, collaborating with my colleague and whatnot. So it's very important to keep that in mind. That's why, I agree with you talking about using the values we already have as a support, while courageously adopting this new smart system to make our work, more effective, efficient, and for better decision making. And yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For want of time, yes, I know we are rounding up. So in one word, yesterday there were a lot of conversation about communication, and we always have this fear, the mindset. That's what we are trying to change. In one word, each of my panelists, what mindset shift is necessary for young officers to thrive in a tech-driven public? In one word, mindset shift.
Okay, in 5 seconds. First, let me just say that know your onions, right? As a young civil servant, know your onions. Don't depend solely on what you get online. Always confirm your data. Whatever it is that you get from even service-wise GP, whatever it is, always make sure you go back and confirm. All it does is help you get your work faster. Don't depend solely on it. Okay, that is just basically what I have to say.
Means you must know the basic first. And even in service, why GPT always say AI can make mistakes. So that's what he's saying.
Yes.
Know your onion. If you are not good at memo writing, the AI will not do the magic for you. Thank you. Mr. Fashola?
So, thank you. So my co-panelists have said it all.
and just know your onions, know what you want to do before you impute it. And I'd repeat, AI will not do everything for you. Know when to prompt, and let me even just say that if you don't even know what you are prompting, it won't give you the answers. Some people will say, "Oh, AI is bad," things like that. It's because you don't know how to prompt it. So know what you are doing, know documents you are giving to it, and I think everything will be fine at the end of the day.
Know what you are doing, and everything will be fine. Thank you. Miriam?
Okay,
Maisha.
one word I always come back to in service, which also applies to smart tech, is change. So change leads to innovation, it leads to evolution, it leads to adoption and so many other things. So if we have that change mindset, like initially I started with how service has changed in terms of, digital technology. We started with re-engineering processes. There's so many buzzwords, information systems, e-government systems, enterprise and whatnot. So we need to know that we need to adopt that idea of change. So at whatever level we are, where we're with principals or middle management, think about if your junior staff comes to you with some new technology, think about change first, and then you can think of how you can apply the values of the service to ensure that those smart tech actually carry us to where we are heading to in the service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Her keyword is adapt. Adapt and adapt. For want of time, so we'll just take 2 questions.
Take questions and contributions. Please raise your hand, state your name and your organization, and also be brief to accommodate the second person.
Thank you. Good morning, late panelists, my boss, and other panelists, and dear colleagues. Mine is of a contribution. My name is Obiageli Jacinta Ibo from ICT Department, Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Honestly, technology has come to make our work easy. Just like this tool we are referencing, the Service GPT. It's really a tool so handy, that's so helpful and impactful in discharging our duties. Just want to give us a clip and a tip. Even if you're just developing a memo or a circular or just any write-up you feel like, and when you're done, you copy it and place it on the platform and it's a place format. It brings it out so beautiful. It makes work so easy. Don't need anybody to help you do your work any further. It gives you the best today in service. So we appreciate the head of service and my boss today that is the ambassador of GPT and the Federal Civil Service, that this platform has really come to stay and is a welcome development in helping us discharging our duties better today digitally.
Thank you
the
very
civil
much.
service. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. We can only take 2 questions, right? Okay, just 2.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alfred Abba. I just want to corroborate what the last speaker said, and of course, I'm sure corroborating what the panelists must have spoken to. This service, I'm going to talk on service-wise GPT. It's a tool that, for me, it's a wonder tool. It's going to be more mind-blowing as we go on for those who have not started using it. I just want to give you 2 instances. When Rotunda Hall, Minister of Foreign Affairs, head of service was up there on the stage, and she asked me to, she was asking me for the goodwill message that somebody was going to read on her behalf in an event. I just looked, I said, how am I going to get that at this short
Can you use the mic, please?
I said, how am I going to get that at this short notice? Then instinctively, I remember service was GPT, and I went there. I gave the prompt, and it gave me a goodwill message. Then I made minor adjustments, which is always very necessary. Don't just copy and paste.
Yeah.
I sent it to her. She read it and she sent me an emoji, thumbs up. Last week, There were two letters she asked me to write, very urgent letters. Of course, I was to do it at night because we were about closing. I got home, I was very tired. Around to 1, I remember that I've not done that letter. On my bed, with my phone, I wrote those two letters. How did I do it? Service wise GPT. I gave the prompt. Gave me the outline of the letter. He gave me the letter. I just copied it, put it on my WhatsApp, copied the second one, put it on my WhatsApp, and left it at that. Then in the morning, when I got to the office, I cleaned them up. And I tell you, it was wonderful. So with service-wise GPT, accuracy is top notch. And then you spend less time to work,
Yeah.
less stress. Your brain is resting a bit, but you must work. Your brain will be working too, but it's not that stressful. So let me keep it short because of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Last question, please. Okay, sorry, due to time, we need to end this. So as we close, please let's close and have, the civil service anthem, our song. There's something we always say, that we are marching to what?
Greatness.
We are marching to what?
Greatness.
As we leave the stage, we want you to add a word. We are going to march to greatness digitally. Can we add that? We are marching to greatness
digitally.
Thank you for your time. And remember too, one thing, please. Your grade does not limit you. What limits you is your mindset that is not pushing you to grow. So don't wait for promotion before you get promoted by adopting the use of the tools. And don't wait for anybody to be the change or to bring the change to you. You be the change yourself. And you see, adopt the tools that some of these tools that our head of service has brought to us. Let's embrace it. Let's adopt it. Let's explore. Let's ask and let's learn so that we have edge over whatever we do and be the best and the epic public service that we can be and we should be. Thank you very much for your section and your time and attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mal, for your very insightful presentation. Um, we'll have to take photograph, please. Where is the photograph? While we wait for the photographer, I want us to remain calm and prepare for the next segment.
Okay. So if you want to join the Service-wide GPT Hub, it's a platform where we create awareness. We even do training. Just last 3 weeks, we have our section online. Staff from River State join the platform. So you can be anywhere and join the platform. So we are learning how to use the tool to engage with it. So I think the next class, we're going to have something interesting. So once you're on that platform, you must always learn one thing or the other. If you want to join us, meet her or you meet me, we give you the link. Thank you very much.
You can join us. Not everybody. Please just snap. There's no time. No time. Are you ready? Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your active participants in this session. Um, you may wish to remain seated while we prepare for the next segment and also invite the next speakers for the next segment. Okay. This segment is bordered on thinking like a director before you become one. So let's, with a round of applause, invite the moderator. Let's, with a round of applause, invite the moderator, Eyilare Okonkwo, as she walks up to the stage. We can do better, please. Take it from there.
Again. Hello? Okay. On earth. Ajia didn't tell us one or two things that technology can do. Sometimes it can mess you up and you need a backup plan most of the times. Like mine is doing now. Just went off on its own. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome once again to the Aspire stage. I have a very distinguished guest this morning, people I respect a lot. And while we're waiting, she doesn't have the list yet, but I think we have the pioneer senior special assistant to the president on civil service matters, Mr. Alfred Abba. Please make welcome, Mr. Alfred. That is the #1 advisor on civil service matters, anything on civil service matters. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a few things about Mr. Alfred. First of all, I want to thank the head of service. Please, this is off camera. Off camera. I want to thank the head of service for the privilege to anchor in these sessions, to moderate these sessions. But I also want to thank God for him. He's one of the reasons I'm still here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Alfred, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Civil Service Matters. Sir, you're welcome to Aspire stage. Not again this time around. Okay, we have a retired PAMSEC, Ambassador Suleiman Mustafa. A round of applause for him. The next person is a director, Mrs. Grace Obi Ukwabi. She's not here. I guess she's in one of the stages. And we also have Anata. Okay, they're not here. You're welcome, sir. The theme of this session is thinking like a director before you become one. Ajia just said it. It's about the mindset. But this is not just about mindset, it's about your preparation and my preparation. The conversation is designed to bridge generations, break institutional silos, and help young civil servants to understand what leadership truly requires before occupying the leadership positions. It is also not about titles, like we've learned today. It's about mindset. It's about preparation. It's about becoming intentional leaders before authority arrives. So please join me in an applause for our distinguished panelists one more time. And also for yourself. Okay. So do I need to let me just introduce them again. We have Mr. Alfred, a respected public servant, a professional and senior special assistant with valuable experience in governance, policy support, and public administration. He's passionate about leadership development and institutional growth. And for the retired permanent sec, Ambassador Suleiman Mustafa is a distinguished diplomat, a public servant known for contributions to governance, strategic engagement, and nation-building initiatives. And we are honored to have you both. Thank you, sir. Now we'll go straight to our question. We want honest conversations, and I know this is where ideas match action. We're not just talking. We're talking about people who have experience. And we want young civil servants to live here, prepared for leadership responsibilities for the service. So I'll take my first question. Starting with this, with the SSAP, what are the biggest mindset shifts young officers must develop if they truly want to become transformational leaders in the civil service?
Hello. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning once more, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Ambassador Mustafa Suleiman, seated here, was my boss for a very long time. So I would want to honorably yield the floor to him to start, and then I will follow.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Distinguished participants, I'm humbled by this opening statement. But again, let me just quickly look at the question. When you are thinking to become a director or a permanent secretary, the first shift is personal to you. What do you think are the requirements for that position? What do you think are the competencies required for that position? But essentially, in public service, you know that it's a citizens-based function. So begin to think in terms of, I am going there to serve citizens, to serve the public. So that's the first mindset shift that I think you need to have. Because public service is unique, and you are going to be dealing with the public. You are going to deliver services to the public. So that's the first mindset shift you have to adopt. For me, that is the foundation before you get into any other thing. Thank you very much, moderator.
Yes, aligning with what Ambassador Mustafa just said, that is it. And again, just to add to it, once you are getting to that stage, you must so understand the mandate within the space you are operating.
Mm.
Because if you don't know, that will not even make you get ready for leadership. So you need to understand the mandate of the space. When I mean space this time around, either the ministry or sometimes the one that has been cascaded to the department where you work in.
Thank you very much, sir. You said a key thing, understanding the mandate. Sir, with the gap in communication, we talked about communication yesterday, you were not here. Sometimes certain information just go from permanent secretaries, and then a lead P officer said the information gets to the permanent secretary and straight to the lead P officer. Directors don't even know what is going on. How will the average young civil servant know that this is the mandate that I'm supposed to follow? This is what I'm supposed to do in my office when it's not spelled out.
Is that for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. First of all, if you are posted to an MDA or a ministry or extra ministerial department, one of the very basic things you need to know is the mandate of that organization. So there is no reason for you to say that you don't know. So you first of all understand the mandate and how it trickles down to your department or to your unit. That's down to your unit. It's very clear. It's always very clear. And again, if you are somebody that reports directly to the permanent secretary, it is still very clear. Your mandate, what your responsibilities are very clear. So first of all, we must be ready to understand what your responsibilities are. This again, it takes us back to my opening statement. For you to be grounded as an officer, you must know what you need to do. If you don't know, then how can you deliver? Then you could be delivering something that is not consistent with the mandate of the space which you find yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for SSAP. Ambassador, this question goes to you. What habits helped you to rise through the rank and files in the service? What habits helped you to rise through service that young officers often overlook?
I think the first thing is being committed to your roles and responsibilities, first and foremost. Then understanding your role and responsibility. Then bringing in the technical competence that you require. For every position, there is an educational requirement, if you like, which sometimes is not necessarily clear in terms of what responsibility you are discharging. So it's important to have some basic educational qualification, if you like, that would enable you to navigate through your career. Then you have to demonstrate that commitment to your roles and responsibility. And key thing, understanding that you are working for government. And when you work for government, you are working for people. So those connections are very important ab initio, so that you don't begin to think like a private sector person. Because the private sector person is a profit-oriented person. And he has all the parameters to show his performance in terms of how much profit he has made or how much business he has brought. Whereas in the public service, you are looking to deliver certain things to the entire populace, not a few people, not a few individuals or whatever. So it's very important to start baseline, basic education, basic commitment to what I always call public good. Know that public service requires citizen-centered approach to every issue, because all the issues we are going to deal with will be dealing with public. So it's very important to start on that platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Please, a round of applause for the Ambassador. Now, sir, you have worked in different organizations. Service is what brought you here. You had never known that the head of service was going to be head of service before now, but you served willingly with all of your heart. Could you please share your experience with the House?
Experience with head of service.
Yes.
Okay.
Your
Very
experience,
interesting.
work.
Very interesting. And I've shared this with a couple of persons who care to hear. And it's very important. You see, in 2017, when I was promoted director, incidentally, head of service was also, she became permanent secretary. Previously, we had worked together in Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, as it was then known, now Regional Development. She was in a different department. We didn't work closely though. When she got appointed as, when I got promoted, she was appointed first. So when I got promoted, I got a call from her, Alfred, I want you to come and work with me. I like sharing this particular part of it because it's a learning point for a lot of you officers. She, within seconds, what came to my mind was that head of service. Then I was the deputy director of Ministry of Transport. Head of service. I didn't want, it was like, that dry land, what are you going to do there? That was the first thing that came to my mind. But all of this happened within 5-7 seconds. Then I thought of it again. I say, look, it's an honor for somebody to say, come and work with me. Then immediately I also thought, everything does not depend on money. These three thoughts ran through me within split seconds. And I told her, okay, ma, I will be there. I'll come. I went to see her, then gave her my details, and that's how the story started. I worked with her. When she was then posted, we were there for like a year and a half or thereabout in head of service. When she was posted to regional development, Niger Delta Affairs, she asked me we should go, and I followed her. So she developed some level of confidence, trust, and she believed in me. So when I had just retired as director in 2024, and she was appointed, I called to congratulate her. I said, Alfred, where are you? I know you are retired, but please wear your shirt and resume work the next morning. Okay, so the learning point here is, had I not accepted to go and work with her in the so-called quote unquote dry land, I wouldn't even be seated here at this moment talking to you. So I implore you people, you need to be very patient. Life is not about money now, but the money will come insofar as you are very hardworking, you are committed, you are dedicated. So don't just go for money. Don't look for juicy posting, the one we call juicy posting, quote and unquote. Don't look for it. Any posting that comes, take advantage of that posting, that this place I'm going, so that I will make it. Making it not necessarily making money, but you could meet somebody who will be very instrumental to your rise and growth in life. Not even in service, it can be outside service. Mine happened outside service. So please, but again, those kind of recognitions do not come easily. You have to build the foundation. And what is building the foundation? You have to work very hard. You have to be very dedicated, committed, and just the reason why you and I, apart from the women, especially for the men, the reason why we're in Abuja is work that brought us to Abuja. We chose to come to Abuja to look for work. But the women, sometimes it's marriage that brought them and then they started work. So, no, some women, marriage brought you to Abuja, then you started work. Some work brought you. So the point I'm making there, just take the important point. The point I'm making is that we're all in Abuja working. So if you are here to work, why don't you give it the best shot? That's my point. Thank you.
This conversation. Do it again. Let's do it again. what do we really have dry grounds? And what is your encouragement for workers who look for the so-called dry grounds?
It's a very difficult question, and but the key thing, honestly, is that there is no dry land in the service.
Yes.
And when we look at some of our career trajectories, we started where we we didn't even begin to think of what is there for us. In the last maybe 35 years or almost 40 years ago, um, what we used to call APD is considered dry post. If you are doing appointment, promotion, and discipline, you are like whatever. But the most important thing, honestly, in the service is your hard work, your commitment, your dedication. Success is built on these three tripods.
Yeah.
And if you don't have them, I want to tell you that you don't even have a chance of succeeding. Because if you are not committed to your work, you don't know your work, you don't have dedication, you are not likely going to succeed at all. That is not only in the civil service, even in life.
Yeah.
You have to work hard for whatever you are doing. You have to know what you are doing. You have to be dedicated to it, and you have to be committed to a certain principle. And while the SSAP was talking, I was just recalling our journey also, and how somebody like me, like he knows, worked with almost 8 to 10 principal secretaries stroke permanent secretaries. In fact, probably now I may probably be one of the longest serving person that has worked in the villa for 17 years.
Yes.
And he knows, and those of my colleagues knew how hard we worked.
Yes.
And what we put into the job. So, but moving on, that gave you a recognition, like he was picked by the present head of service when she became PAMSEC. It's an acknowledgement of his capacity, his dedication, because you can have capacity, but you are not dedicated, you are not committed.
Yeah.
So you may not really get there. But if you combine those, then you can get there. So please don't look for juicy postings or whatever they call them, because anywhere you go, you can only make your mark as an officer, and you can be recognized for that. So please, if you are in this job, this civil service job, first and foremost, know that you are serving the public. This epic that we are hearing now, it means so much. You may not understand it because you are singing it and but live it is a citizen-centered job. Every action or inaction will affect the citizens. So think about it like that, and don't think if they take me here, you are all making contribution to a particular goal. For me, that I think is the first and foremost advice I will give. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just
Yes.
a rider to what His Excellency just said. I would want to ask you a question. It's rhetorical. You don't need to respond, but you have a response in your heart. If you are a permanent secretary, for instance, if you like director, you have two officers. One is very good, but you hardly see him. The other is moderately good, and he is always around. Who would you rather use? Who would you rather you depend on? So, like I said, it's a rhetorical question. That is, I just building on the point he said about being committed. That's if you have the capacity and you're not committed, you have failed. So, capacity and commitment must go together for you to be an outstanding officer.
Thank you for the additional comment. You can do it again if you want to. Okay. This next question is to the SSAP again. What mistakes prevent young officers from building strong professional relationships? Because this whole thing is about relationship.
Thank you very much. One of the biggest mistakes officers make in the service is to reject posting, is to scheme or uh, lobby to be posted to specific positions. Those are very huge mistakes. Then another mistake again is not to be committed to work when you're a young officer and you become a deputy director. You become a director, responsibilities has fallen on you. You need to deliver, but because you were not committed as a young officer, honestly, you will not be able to deliver. I've had an instance when a friend told me what is it her or his director was doing. He didn't have capacity, and anything they brought, they would just behead and send to the permanent secretary. So, please, as a young officer, you need to work hard. You need to know the job. You earn respect from your subordinates if you know the job when you're a leader. If you don't know it, honestly, behind you, you're a talk of the town. Would you want to be in that kind of position? You have to know, you have to struggle to know your onions so that you can defend your chair as an assistant director or as a deputy director or as a director. So being involved in the job will help you. But one of the challenges that I know happens in the system is that when you are posted to a new ministry, integration takes a little while. Just be patient, but you need to do your own. What do you need to do? One, you must be at work early. Two, you must always be on your desk. Don't wander around. Don't roam around. And then three, close when you should close. Don't close too early because they don't use you. You are new. So I gave somebody this trick some years ago, and it paid off. So the moment they are looking for somebody who is used to doing a particular thing for them, they don't find him or her, and you are just nearby, they say, okay, Joe, go and do this thing for us. They'll give the deputy director or the director will give you the directive. And that's an opportunity that you need to kill. If you don't kill it at that moment, the next job may not come to you again. So if you are presented with an opportunity to work, you need to kill it by anyhow. You must give them the best. Give them the best. Let them know that I also can do it. That way, you will just integrate. So please, it's something that you need to learn.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir, this question is for you. I've often heard where people go to ministries and organizations and they turn them back. The doors are literally closed, as if you're a copper that came, as though you were not part of the service. They would literally tell you they don't need you, and they're understaffed. What's your take on this, sir?
Well, let me quickly highlight my small background. I was in the Civil Service Commission for about 4 years. And in those 4 years, I even acted as permanent secretary or director overseas. I moved to head of service career management. I stayed there maybe about a year. Now, I'm bringing this to you because you talk about posting and rejection. I think it's very important for MDAs to respect the office of the head of civil service of the Federation. Whenever there is posting and there is a rejection, I think it's not a rejection for the officer. It's a rejection of the responsibility of the head of service. This is how I take it, because I have seen that in CMO. And yes, those MDAs are understaffed, but somehow either there is an interpersonal issue, maybe they don't like the person. But you see, work environment is not a personal environment. It's an environment that takes people from different backgrounds. And when you come together, you are at work for a common purpose. You are not there for sentiments. So it's very important for those MDAs to understand that. And honestly, for me personally, I think SSAP, I'm sure you've been trying to address these issues over time, because there is no reason why any MDA will reject an officer that is posted. If they have serious reasons to do that, they should commit it in writing and explain why they are taking that decision. But you don't just float an officer simply because you either don't like him or you think you want another person. Because sometimes it's like that. The MDA or the PS who is rejecting, maybe he has another person in mind, but it doesn't matter. Once there is a posting, people should respect the posting. And I think, like I said, I know SSAP and head of service, I'm sure they have had some of these situations and they are establishing a framework to deal with it. So don't get discouraged because you are rejected. Because they are rejecting you not because you don't know what you are doing, because they didn't even give you a chance to show what you can do. And sometimes it's like that. The officer you rejected may end up being your best officer.
Yeah.
So again, I'm sure the head of service and SSAP will be dealing with such issues.
Let's put our hands together for the ambassador for that sincere response. This is the last question, and then we'll go over to the audience. Now, sir, what should an officer on grade level 8 to 12 be learning before they become a director? I know you said similar things, but I know there's something else. Any other thing?
Yep. Thank you very much. And as an officer between grade levels 8 and 10 and 12, basically you should, like I said earlier on, understand the mandate of the ministry or the department or unit where you work. You need to build your capacity. And we need to be intentional about this, particularly those of you who are working these days. There is huge challenge with training. So you personally, you need to develop yourself. You need to get mentors who you learn with. Learn to share your work. Like back in the days when I was in the system, if I work, honestly, I will share with my colleague, help me look at it. Sometimes my younger officers, if for the younger officer, I will give them comfort. I'll say use your pen on it, because you know it's a thing of for you to use pen on your boss's. I give them the confidence. Use your pen on it. So I learned from my younger ones, and so you have to be intentional to build. These are the ways you use to build your capacity. Ask questions. Then, if you are given a task, you need to basically do a research first. There are different ways of doing research to be able to put up your memo or to write a letter. Just look at previous things that have been done in that regard. Follows through. Then, you need to learn to be a team player. For some people, it comes naturally. For some others, you need to be intentional about it. You need to learn to be a team player. Because a very good officer should be that person who is a team player. You don't have to share your work, share experiences with people, and support people. Don't, if your colleague is doing things that are not consistent, please be bold enough, be brave enough, be nice enough and say it nicely to the person. So it's a whole, and then you must build trust. You must come out as somebody that your boss can trust you. Show loyalty, show commitment. Honestly, I don't know. You must first, in fact, the most of all, that passion. You must love this job. If you don't love it, you can't give it the best. And you all know that anything you love, you always put in the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let me just,
Ambassador, please, let's have your
let me
talk.
just highlight something. Actually, between level 8 and 12, that is when you prepare yourself. Because at that time, you have less distractions, but you have a lot of work coming to you. So it's a learning level between level 8 and 12. SSAP permit me to say this. While we were working together with the SSAP, I think he was either on level 10 or on level 12.
12.
12. And even at that time, we were able to relate, with each other. But key thing is that he was on top of his job. And it's very important to have that at that level. Learn, learn, learn. One of the discussant here raised the issue of adaptability. That is when you begin to adapt. You are in a new environment on level 8, you are growing on level 9, you are learning the ropes, you are learning the mandate, you are learning to communicate in the usual language of civil servants, you are learning to interrelate with so many other people. So this is a learning level. 8 to 12 is a learning level. And then at that level also, you can handle all the pressure. So you can do a lot of good for yourself to learn and develop yourself as an officer. Because by the time you are on level 12, recognition begins to come up. Because then they would have been assessing you. Even if they move you to another office, your reputation will follow you. Oh, you now have Mr. So. He was a very good officer. Or you will be in the same situation with us, myself and Alfred. They will post you, and then they will go back and say, please allow this officer to stay. And because we were working in the highest office, whenever they say allow this person to stay, yes, he will stay. So you end up clocking more years. I'm sure he must have spent over 10 years there. So it's because once you establish yourself as a good officer, your reputation will begin to grow. And wherever you are mentioned, people will acknowledge that you are a good officer. So please be good officers at that level. Know your job. Know what needs to be done.
Exactly.
And adapt to every situation that you may come up. Because at that time, you may have what I used to call manpower rotation. Your boss will leave, they will bring another one, you will work with this one, you will work with that one, and all these people will begin to look at you and say, what can you bring to the table? So please know your job, know your roles and responsibilities, establish good respect, establish good interpersonal relationships, build your capacity, take personal responsibility for training, train yourself. I think if you do that, you are likely going to have good foundation for success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, for want of time, we'll go straight to the audience. We'll take just 2 questions, just 2, because the First Lady is on our way to this place and the SSAP may have to leave us. So just 2 questions. One, okay, all males, okay? Director, please, let's have the director. For the want of time, just go straight to the question so we can release.
Yeah, I'm going to be very fast about it. My name is Aderonke Abimbola Jaisimi, DHR, Federal Ministry of Finance. Please, before, it's a way of contribution anyway, but I won't do that without acknowledging these 2 gentlemen seated on the high table. They were my ogas for so many years. Ambassador, thank you very much. We were all in the State House together and we were there for a long time. Ambassador Mustafa is someone I describe as an asset to the nation, a distinguished personality whose dedication, wisdom, and commitment to service contribute meaningfully to national development and institutional growth. I recall that when I came to the State House in 2003, after 1 year, we were deployed to They call it management meeting. And every month, every week,
May have to wrap it up
I'm sorry
for
please.
time.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, these are people that taught me work. They taught me the terminologies to use in service. We are forever grateful to you, sir. Now, talking about the topic of the day, and that is aspiring to become a director. Let me say this, that you must have the 3 C's. And what do I mean by the 3 C's? Capacity, competence, and character, which you build along the line. But sir, there's something. When we came into the service, they will tell us, wait for your time. I think that is a bad rhetoric for the civil service. And I want to encourage us to take every opportunity as that is my time. That is a learning curve for me. Now, head of service is doing a lot. Shebi, these days, when you get promoted to directorship, they conduct an induction where they tell them things. During our time, there wasn't anything like that. So all the experiences I've gathered over time was what I put in place.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
what I'm trying to say, dear colleagues, is everything they have said here is no lip service. I am a living test.
We appreciate your comment. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's have the next person. Please make it snappy.
Thank you so much.
Matchbox.
Yeah, so thank you for this privilege. I also want to appreciate the
Please avoid the
panelists.
protocols. Just go straight to your question.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
but it's important for me to say this because I remember about 2 or 3 years ago, I was one of the people who put in for this civil service innovation competition. And during that, I was actually privileged to be one of the last 10. And then I remember that he was also part of the panelists. But this is my major concern. There is no system of mentorship. We are only allowed to be mentored probably by the person that you work directly with, which is good. However, I am thinking that the civil service can also have probably a service-wide, program that allows officers. You don't necessarily need to. For example, myself, I'm from a ministry, and then I'm always part of what head of service I've been doing. And then something that looks close to what I'm saying here is the lead P program.
Thank you. Your question is
Please.
understood. You were not here yesterday, but your question is understood. It's taken.
Okay.
So we'll just go straight. For want of time, we'll just go straight. SSAP, no, we'll only take 2 questions. You can see him after the session. Sorry, sir.
No, we have to go now because First Lady is coming and father, my attention is needed there. So the response to your question is very clear. I agree with you. And I want to let you also know that through the effort of the head of the civil service of the Federation, we have a mentorship policy that has just been approved and it will soon be implemented service-wide. Meanwhile, the individual mentorship that you receive from your immediate supervisor, it's what is ongoing. So as much as possible, try and mentor those below you. And you be intentional to also be a mentee of the person above you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ambassador, one word from you.
Yeah, I think it's all said. First and foremost, build your personal capacity. Don't wait for somebody to bring you up. Run after it yourself. Build your capacity and then make sure that you deploy your capacity in whatever you do so that you will be seen and you will be appreciated for that. I think it's important
Thank
to have
you.
that.
Thank you. You are amazing. All our audience, but our panelists did so much more. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. Now we'll go straight to the picture segment for want of time. Thank you very much. Hello. Okay, for want of time, I was not able to say this. I remember coming to the head of service. We were both, I followed her from water resources. I didn't know her from Adam. I followed her from water resources. I have my colleagues here from water resources to education. And then service. No allowances, nothing. The whole place was all dried up. Guess what? I chose to serve. I chose to give him my best. She has given me platforms that money cannot give me. I've met with persons I cannot imagine I will ever meet in my lifetime. So service is the key. I just wanted to say this. And then for my colleagues, I've talked to my colleagues about the use of technology. They will wait. I remember when I used to travel on sites to breed to dams and all those sightseeing, those sites in water resources could take long hours from Kaduna to Katsina to Kano. And then like, how do I write all these things and send my report first thing in the morning? All I just did was just use those technologies, use ChatGPT. In less than 5 minutes, yes, 30 minutes, I could, in fact, I've taught pastors, I've taught ministers of God, I've taught my colleagues in my profession, even people in the state on how to, maximize ChatGPT. It's just so easy. And please don't feel bad if you don't know anything. Everyone is learning. Everyone is learning, and we're here to learn. I want to say thank you for your time. I guess the next person is coming up. So I just wanted to say this off camera. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this section. So we can either decide to stay back for the live streaming of the arrival of the First Lady, or we can go to the plenary hall for that. Thank you so much. We'll see you back at 2:40. I hope I'm right. Wait. No, no.
Just have a program that brings people in induction and the rest of. We also have an exit program now. Do you know that SSAP has retired and is still working? So don't think it's over. No knowledge is wasted. Even after service, if you're relevant, they will still call you back. You retired, but you're still serving. So I just wanted you to know all that. Thank you.
didn't know be power. Now we don't they make you like I'm on the exhaust. Sometimes I do feel like it's gonna in my head, it feel like it's gonna. But I do my body, but nobody want me. To the most of you, I need the more money. Can jam me, don't jam me. And they don't do me. Oh, the energy, so I need. You're very father. Oh, my God, come back on me. So if I got me, to eternity, eternity. Everything I do, I'm disappearing. I'm just
Look at I didn't feel I don't take it and I can't hear where I can't say somebody did her it's my don't take it I mean I can't say give me you want me now my day of the every day keep waiting for the time don't keep me waiting I know you be I'm looking at you but when I'm right now like I'm just a mouth I'm getting you by now like I'm a son of a one now you say what I did before so just before oh yeah no can do what I get easy this my yeah, you and I'm that I'm a candidate of the every way don't keep waiting oh I'm not going to be my winner. I'm a small half a player. I guess I don't buy the man. I'm a person about now. I'm not took the mother and run to and I run all the time. If I'm being obedient, all I want to know, all I'm sexy and hot. Chill out, you are hot. I'm calling like a you and no, I can't get it. So I did anyway. Don't be worried. Yeah, I'm not going to day. It's like every day. Don't keep me waiting. Be my side. Don't be waiting. I know for time. Don't be my you ain't like I am. Don't be waiting. Wait up. Wait up. Run about it. Wait up. Oh, I did. Flowing in it. I can't stop but I feel it. Sweet it. In it. Let's keep it in one night. But let me check your mind. It's all the way. Let me see the way this. In the system of fight. Here's a meeting. Go on. You get away now. Let's go away. Get me some food. Be food out of place. Keep up. Keep up. Keep up. Keep up. Make you look good. Put your sin. Don't was it. Keep up. Keep up. Good money. Doing that mind. The pie. Just like let's go on this. Hey, they say why? It's a big side. We go down. Not go way down. This. Cookies and cookies. Food after cookie. They got to you. Make you get on it. La 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 la. What are you drinking for? La 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 la. I'm happy to touch it. I get from the heart. I'm much better know. No, yes, yes. The test of the change. As you go. Something like that. It's all in me. And we make it. So much to know. I'm a so you won't shop so my obo come when you go to rap game and then choke up. Get it back up, you need to get no. Let me tell you, she got it in that coke up. One, you know, like afro. I used to have that. Wild pad, that. I'm getting kids and that. Shit, they don't eat some years. You can get on that. And I know, you know, I stand the money that attention I had to take. So. You want when you want me to make me fly, we're not afraid, and we are fast with champagne. Love is that I'm ready. We can get every day, so we
But a minute, tell me why you're moving like that. Now you where I choose, but you make it so hard. I gave you my heart, you're making it so dark. But there's nothing I can do when it comes to you. You're taking it for granted. A lot of silence, river don't end. Cause I hold you up.
oh, baby, my mind is in a free fall. There's no I pray for those cause I'm not still
So me tell you, come on, you done your mind, you think to me, you think you know me,
yeah. Sorry, I'm not sorry. I like a rainbow, boy, yes, should I try again? But now my heart is still aching. Oh, come me, a little more. Show me there, running, 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 running. This will be a heartbreak song. Somebody song go find me one day. One day. Don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. Somebody song go love me one day. One day. Don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. Somebody, song go love me one. Somebody, song go love me one. Now no, I love the progress. Oh, set up all the love. And live your life around this place. Heart is in the water. Coming down. Slowly, slowly, slowly. This will be my song. Somebody song go find me. Don't dare wait, don't stay too far. Somebody song go love me. Don't dare wait, don't stay too far. This Weight of the world is for me to surely there on me. Running, time. This will be another heartbreak song. Somebody will find me. Don't dare wait, don't stay too far. Somebody will find me one. Somebody will love somebody love me one.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Please kindly sit down so that we can commence. And before we commence, please kindly take note of the QR code on the screen. Use it to register your attendance for the afternoon session, please. Yes, for the afternoon session. Yes, it's for registering your attendance for the afternoon session. That one was for morning. This is for afternoon. That one is different. That one is not attendance, but say you are going to, this will open a form, and a form that you use to fill your attendance. So whereby you cannot access the QR code, please just bear with us. We will circulate a list, if a sheet for you to fill your names, so that we'll add you to our WhatsApp group and do the needful. Okay. Thank you once again. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the afternoon session at the Aspire stage of the International Civil Service Conference 2026. I want to thank you once again for your continuous participation and attendance. So, before I formally proceed or formally commence today's session, I would permit me to Are we okay? All right, okay. Permit me to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished panelists. This set of panelists are LIPI graduates. So they are going to take us on a discussion that is promised to be insightful and engaging. So I will urge us all to brace ourselves and listen attentively. So to formally commence this session, I want to invite the moderator, Mr. Lawrence Apple, to step to the stage. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause as he steps to the stage. No, you will. Please. Mr. Abo is going to take over the proceedings.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can all hear me. If you can hear me, raise your hand up, please. Thank you very much. My name is Lawrence Agbo. I have the privilege to be anchoring this program this afternoon. Welcome once again to Aspire Stage. This is a panel discussion comprising mostly of the LIPI graduates, officers carefully selected by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation and trained on leadership program. Distinguished attendees, before I bring up my panelists, I'd like to quickly tell you a small story. In 2022, I had the privilege of serving in the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation as one of the technical staff of the thank you. Yeah. So I had the privilege of serving in the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. And some of the things I did then was to review policy documents and advise the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. And so one of the documents that came to me was a concept note designing LEAD-P program for the head of services attention. And I was to advise whether she should approve the implementation of the LEAD-P program or not. I read through that document and found out that some of the challenges we have in the public service are as a result of leadership gap. The system had no mechanism to deliberately train officers on leadership. And so when I went through that policy document, I had no choice but to advise the head of the Civil Service of the Federation then to approve that policy. And thankfully, she graciously granted her approval. The other thing I would like to say here is that I had also the privilege of asking her directly, asking the head of Civil Service of the Federation to grant permission for me to also participate. What that did was that I wasn't just participating as an officer, but I had a mechanism to bring her feedback as to what was happening with the implementation of the LEAD-P program. And so on a regular basis during the implementation, during the LEAD-P program, I will report back to the office. And she will no longer call me by my name, and she will call me LEAD-P. LEAD-P, what is happening? Look, as civil servants, we are in a unique position to either make policies or kill them. So they were quite not that become the many people in their service. So rather than seeing the gaps, I'll come to her. If she asks me, look, what's happening to the LEAD-P program? I'll tell her, look, head of service, we are doing very greatly here. This area needs some level of improvement. I think all together we'll put a report back to you and we will improve on the LEAD-P program. It is my pleasure today to bring up stage some of these amazing LITP graduates that have come to become my friends. They are not just my friends in our family, and it's a family of like minds, a family of people who believe that the service, the future of the service lies in their hands. And so I should invite the following LITP graduates. There are in 3 badges, but at the moment, only 2 badges are graduated. So I will call up stage the following persons to join me to have this conversation. So I would not like to waste you with all their names. They will have instructions. So your name, you can come Ayo from batch 2, round of applause for your son from 1, a round of applause. You take that so that we. Liddy is also sensitive to gender inclusion. So we have Anthony, number 2. We have my very good friend. She's smiling. I know how many times we now relate more like a family. Mrs. Sajarafi is joining us upstage. Dr. Yaya. Yaya works in the Ministry of Development. And finally, we have Uche Moses. Because I'm the one moderating, I have privileges that have been conferred on me to use my discretion. I try and manage the time very well. I know, I've seen the timer. We have been given, Moses, we are waiting, please. Don't keep us waiting. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Esteemed panelists, welcome to this very wonderful session. We all know that each time we meet like this, there's always combustion of ideas. And I'm hoping that at the end of this conversation today, we'll be able to harness implementable ideas that we'll put forward to the office of the head of the civil service of the Federation. And I'm also hoping that Lead P will not end in batch 3. We will sustain the momentum of Lead P. Deliberate effort to build the leadership capacity of mid-level officers, preparing them for the directorate when they get to leadership position at the directorate level. And so it's my privilege to allow for self-introduction. Please tell us your name, tell us your current grade level, and tell us your badge, then tell us your current ministry, MDA that you're working, please. I'll begin from my far right, Uche.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow DP officers. My name is Uche Moses Watcher. I am batch 2 DP officer. And as currently it stands, I am the TA to Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Thank you very much.
Esteemed guest, what that means is that he's not just serving in the office of the Permanent Secretary. Uche is the technical assistant to the Permanent Secretary. Once more, a round of applause for him. Next, Bayo.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adedayo Adeshipo. I am a principal administrative officer, the Federal Ministry of Justice. Before Lee, I was in the Federal Justice, and after Lee, I'm still at the Federal Ministry of Justice. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Good afternoon, DP colleagues. Good afternoon, my colleagues. So I'm Adetola Oludolapo Akeju. I'm a program assistant, Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. Before I was in Office of the Auditor General for the Federation, but then he was the first batch of posting moved me to Head of Service, where I serve as a performance management automation expert. Thank you.
Okay.
It's not coming up.
It's not. Yeah. Should be on.
Yeah, Mike. Maybe use this. It's not working.
It's on. It's on. It's on.
Yeah.
It's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants. My name is Sajara Idris.
Again, my name is Antonio Go. I'm from the Federal Ministry of Education. I happen to, at this time, be of Sericom in the ministry. And I'm a LP grad from Batch 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege for me to speak here. I am Dr. Yahya Yakubu Abubakar, lead P Batch 2 from Federal Livestock Development, Department of Ruminant and Monogastric Department, and head of sheep and goat in the ministry. Thank you.
All right. So thank you for that wonderful introduction. As you can see, lead P officers are usually strategically positioned. For us, or those are all the lead P officers, wherever they find themselves, it is a deliberate effort to attach lead P officers to key government functionary. And it is my privilege to inform you that I transited from being the technical assistant to the head of the civil service of the Federation, former head of the civil service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemiensa, to the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development as technical assistant to the permanent secretary. So whilst I'm an assistant director, I'm also a technical assistant to the permanent secretary. A round of applause for the moderator, please. So at this juncture, I think it's important we start from the basis. And from my far left, Doctor, how was your experience getting to be chosen as a lead P officer? By the way, what is lead P? Because this word is some people lead P. Please tell your experience as a lead P officer. Thank you.
Once again, thank you for to speak and explain on what Lead P is. Lead P means Leadership Enhancement and Development Program of the Civil Service. It's one of the 5 strategic pillars of service of talent harvest. In the strategic
something else too when you appear before that interview. What that meant was that the whole process of selecting officers for lead P training is highly competitive, merit-based. There's no sentiment. It didn't matter whether you knew the panelists. Adia, please tell us something about your selection process. Let's hear your opinion.
Actually, I shared the same experience with my fellow colleague here because it was it was a beautiful experience actually. But you know, the first time you're entering the hall, anyway, the whole thing was more like, okay, there was a holding room. So that fear was already there as you were in the holding room because you were moving to the next. And then the funniest part at the end of our training, our graduation, I think maybe there was a communication between my brain and the people handling the posting. I was now taken to Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, and where specifically I was taken to the Reform Secretariat. So funny enough, I know at that point my colleagues is here who were there together. We know what happened during the reform. The present FC that most of us are, enjoying, trying to, talk about it, who were the brains behind some of the policies that came on board with respect to FC 25. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. By the way, the theme of this conversation really is about competencies from competence to credibility, right? And that's why I've taken it upon myself to try to espouse the process of selecting lead P officers so that you agree with me from the conversation that is ongoing that, look, once you come out, once you are chosen as a lead P officer, you already know that you are competent, you are good. The selection processes will weed you out if you are not competent. So on that note, I'd like to ask my colleague Tola to some insight during the training of lead P officers. What were the things that sort of reinforced the program as a leadership program? Over to you.
We heard about it. They taught us about strategic thinking. They taught us about emotional intelligence. we were taught about I'm thinking about things that were taught about that were related to credibility and also competence building. We're also, even when we were taught about performance management, I remember one of the lecturers actually even shed more light on a competency framework that was used. And then we're also taught about um, negotiation skills and all that. So that kind of built me because, to be honest, I was working in a auditor general. I was just an IT person. I was just somebody that troubleshoots, network, internet issues. If your sister, if you ask me, who is your director? I don't know. Who is your PAMSEC? I don't know. I wasn't interested. I was just interested in my own duty. I wasn't interested in the organizational goal like the way I am right now. So learning performance management and learning all this strategic thinking, able to decide, able to make strategic decisions within your job, not only for you, but even for your department. Because there are times where they need to move forward. You need to move forward based on your purpose as a department, based on your mandates, and you really can't find it. They need people, crop of civil servants, that are able to make strong decisions, sustainable decisions. So it's not necessarily about you being competent now, but also being credible. You can look at this program that we've been doing. Most of the people that they use are LP officials, if you notice, because they believe that we have already added leadership values during those trainings, and which is true. We've added a lot. I have developed a lot more from the taller I used to be. I'm more now of a transformative civil servant because we've learned a whole lot of, it added a lot of value to me particularly. And then, so when you say credibility, you talk about being dependable. I can beat my chest that whosoever I work with is I'm highly dependable, I'm highly reliable based on the value that was added, to be honest. Because if you don't know the codes and ethics, you're unable to do the right thing. But once you know the codes of conduct and ethics, it's very easy for you to flow. You know what is wrong, and then you know what is right.
Thank you, Tola. An interesting part of lead fit training is not just that you go to classroom and sit down and you are taught. There's also an integral part of rotational posting where you're sent to ministries, agencies of government, private sector. You have to go and cross-fertilize, see how people do things elsewhere. For the first time in my civil service career, I went to Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. I would never have imagined that there's a whole gamut of activities undertaken by the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. And for the first time, I saw that there are many opportunities, many privileges that less with the Federal Women of Women Affairs undertake to be able to take care of women, children, and the vulnerable in the society. And so for Lead P program, it gives us that opportunity to go out to many ministries that you were not originally in, and then to a parastatal. I recall I went to National Identity Card Management Agency. I spent 5 weeks in National Identity Card Management Agency. And finally, I went to Nigeria Economy Summit Group, where I met a director who happened to be a friend, a colleague of mine in University of Ibadan. So it was like me meeting my friend in another workspace. Dayo, I know you went to a place, talk about one of these your rotational posting. How did it affect? Did you see anything different from your regular Ministry of Justice?
Okay, thank you. All right. Let me start with this before I attempt your question.
Yeah.
So, just like some of us, I actually wanted to be posted out of my ministry.
Yeah.
And luckily, I'd written my name at the head of service. And then I was in appointment section then. Before I came in, someone applied for something. So while I was going through the file, I saw a letter granting her permission to undergo Lead P. I was like, what's Lead P? Okay, I need posting. So I asked, and then I was told, oh, after the program, you can be posted out. I can be posted out. I'll go for this. And that was why I did Lead P. And midway, while I was going through the course, we had a topic, system thinking. It actually just changed everything about me. the way I picture things and remove emotions from handling the work I do. And as God will have it, my first rotational program was with you, where you kept my chair and table in the office of the head of service till today. Thank God I was not posted there. And after that, and after that, I was posted to Lagos for my second rotational posting. I was posted to a private legal firm. What's his name again? Aluko and Oyebode on the island.
Beautiful.
It was a totally different environment. They only come to work on Mondays. They only come to work on Mondays. So they were already used to remote working and the likes. So, but for me, I had to be in the office to undergo what they were doing and the ease with which they flowed. Let me just say this. They had only one printer per floor, not multiple printers in different offices. One printer per floor. So if you need to print, at the end of the month, you'll be audited. Why did you print 10 pages? Why? For what? Here you can print as many pages, but for you to print, you would impute your ID card and a special number. So at the end of the month, you know how many papers you wasted. Yes. It's a legal firm, so much accountability. So from there, I would rather I go through your documents digitally. It became a part of me. We are wasting paper. And when I worked with Mr. Lawrence here at the head of service office, they said we used to waste English. As an admin officer, we write. But there they say we waste English. You told me that. So I reduced my writing, just make it comprehensive as possible, and then reduce some of the things we waste. So accountability was one of the things I took away from that training, and it's been a very good one. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Dio. Incidentally, I didn't want to mention it, but he has exposed. We are exposing ourselves here. When Dio and what's the other your colleague? Latif, Mr. Latif, came on posting to the head of the civil service of the Federation. They were luckily deployed to the head of the civil service, as in the boss's office. And I was directly responsible for supervising the work they do in the office. And can I reveal this? Yes. I dealt with them. because I make sure that you have to learn it. You can't come under me and not learn anything. And of course, I had a supervisor. The team lead is the essay to the head of the civil service of the Federation. I tell you what, a careful officer who is diligent to learn, by the time you finish working with certain principles, like my immediate essay to the head of the civil service, I can almost write like him. And that's what I wanted to implant in them, that you can write better. You can write better briefs. You can write better quality letters. Having the privilege of serving under the head of Dr. Folashade Yemiesa, I dare not change response to response, because she will correct it back and send it to me with direct ink. And that for me is very embarrassing. So when they came, I saw an opportunity to replicate the same. That's by the way. But something very instructive happened. While we were there, we got a mail from the villa, from the state house. The first lady, the current first lady, wanted a competent admin officer to serve in her office. Guess who we recommended? Dayo and Latif. They were subjected to series of interview. Unfortunately, they wanted only one person. So the first lady took Latif. That's what LITP does. It builds this coalition of officers with like minds that are willing to help one another. That you see an opportunity, you quickly get on your phone. You say, who is competent to do this? We want XYZ. That is ready to handhold one another in the course of this service. This public service is difficult, especially for some of us who are mindful that we don't want to dip our hands into public fund unnecessarily. We want to finish our service career, go back home, you're hale and hearty, not minding that we serve this country. So we serve with our heart as Lead P officers. So we want to handhold one another. Lead P provides an opportunity to handhold one another. Which I have not forgotten you. You have the next round of questions. I know that post-graduation from Lead P, there was a deliberate attempt to post Lead P graduates to chief executive, offices of the honorable ministers, offices of CEOs of agencies, offices of the permanent secretary. Uche, in your view, do you think that the service is fair to Lead P graduates?
Thank you, moderator. And to be kind and to be sincere with you, this is a million question, but I will break it down with sincerity. We are here to inspire you, and that is why the head of service deliberately put this discussion in aspire stage. And we cannot fail that. We cannot fail head of service, and we cannot fail the service. It's quite important that the Lead P officers are here to discuss the journey of Lead P officers, how they pass through the stages, the sufferings and the good about it. When I was trained or in the process of being trained as a Lead P officer, I was just an officer in ODD, Office of Head of Civil Service of Federation, where we work. And because of our work, we learn a lot. I was opportune to be a desk officer for 2021 public service rule. So I was in service as a very big environment where we can harness our potentials for good. For the service and what they do to Lead P, it's one thing to understand what the Lead P want for the service. You must, as a Lead P officer, own up to serve the government with your heart. If you're Spartans, if you're expecting millions from there or from the service, you fail yourself. That is very, very important. You are called a Lead P graduate based on your contributions, based on what you want to offer. Passing through the process was not an easy task. Some of us were expecting that when we finished, immediately we finish, we are going to be given a house. We are going to be given cars, loan. We are going to give you a lot of things. And I want to tell you, some have been given those things. Some have not, because of the available resources. You can't say for 100% the government has delivered. The house I'm living today was given to me based as a graduate of Lead P. So with that scenario, you know there is hope. And I'm here to inspire you. Ask your colleagues to register for Lead P. This service, the way you want it, whatever you want for the service is based on your contributions. As I said earlier, I was not a technical assistant to permanent secretary before being a Lead P officer. But after being a Lead P officer, my resume, my performance scared me up, brought me to limelight, that I was called by the person I don't know from the beginning. I've never met with her. In short, I was undertaking a National Council on Establishment meeting, holding in Kano. And the voice called me. Are you Uche Moses? I say, yes. Please, can you work with me? I say, please, ma, I don't know you. That was my sincere statement. Please, my name is this and this. I am a permanent secretary, so please, I want you to work with me as a technical assistant. Person I don't know, I've never met him with here one-on-one. So my work speaks for me. And based on that, I'm now having that privilege, discussing with permanent secretaries, meeting the ministers, discussing with the echelon, and influencing policies in the ministry. So if I dwell much, if I go into details of what they didn't give to us, I'm here to aspire you to increase your zeal and determination on what you should offer to the service for you to be recognized. So Lead P is a good place to be. And I will encourage the service to keep it up. Let it not end with batch 2. They have started with batch 3. They should conclude it. I have my laptop from Lead P. There's a lot of things. So the good news you are hearing is what I'm telling you. The negativity, I have dropped it by the side, and I'm working with the positive side. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, let me streamline because of our time. I'll streamline the conversation to 2 issues. We had very broad aspiration, desires when we joined Lead P program. In fact, the benefit of Lead P were clearly stated in the guidelines. And I know I read the guideline before it was published. Having to advise the head of service to sign up on the guidelines. I knew I read it and I saw those benefits. So from my far end, 2 issues. And I'd like every one of you to speak on it. Do you think that the service has done us good by not redeeming all those pledges they provided in the guidelines? And then 2, how can we go about asking question, asking the right kind of question, asking the authority to be able to provide, to deliver on those promises they made to Lead P officer? We can't talk about credibility if we cannot deliver on simple promises we made to officers. Because we cannot build credibility if we doubt, if officers begin to doubt that you cannot deliver on your own end. As Lead P officers, we make commitment to deliver on the assignment. Therefore, the system ought to also provide the enabling environment for us to deliver on that assignment. So I'd like you to speak on 2 issues, beginning from Dr. Yaya. 2 issues. Did we get all the promises made to us? 1. And if we didn't get as Lead P officers, is there a way we can organize ourselves to be able to approach the system within the confines of the provision of extant regulation? And can we start a conversation so that we engage with the management? How can we start a conversation with the management so that the current batch will be able to complete the Lead P program? Those are the 2 issues.
Okay, so thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity once again. Based on the 2 questions you asked about whether the promise made was fulfilled, my response here, I think it looked like they did their part, and we all know when we are starting something, I don't think we can get it 100%. What I want to suggest here, based on the training and knowledge acquired during the Lead P training, we have stakeholder engagement as a course. We also had emotional intelligence, and we do have system thinking. It is here that we can organize ourselves through the leadership that we have of the Lead P officers to see what can be done, at least for us and for the system to take part for the benefit of the country, so that we get to where we've been hoping to be one day. Thank you so much.
Okay, quickly, before we need time to allow for questioning from the audience, okay? So, my colleague, please, how can we engage, organize ourselves to engage with the management?
Okay, I'm back. It's right that you asked this question at this time, But before I come to your question, let me just do a summary of thoughts that have been coming up. I would like us to understand one thing when you said it is competitive. It is competitive, but it is not a competition. Because when you get into lead P as a competition, it's when you start forming silos. And that is one of the problems we're having in the MDAs, silos mentalities, yeah? So we need to get in as competitive, it's taxing, it's demanding, but it's not a competition, yeah? And when we got as a batch 2, we didn't get into lead P knowing the guidelines, those things that the benefits and all of that. We didn't have an idea about it. As a person, I went into lead P because I want to improve myself. I want to know the structures of the civil service. And like he said, I want to get out of education. Yeah, that is that's one of the reasons. And then so I got in, and we had all these thing going for us, and the lectures, everything, it improves you as a person, yeah. But then I always bring this to my people in the office. I carry out trainings for them. I said, I bring what's his name, President John Kennedy, and I said he always asks, say not what your country will do for you, but what you will do for your country. That should be our motto as civil servant. Because I believe you me, if the concept of enrolling people into lead P is at the start point in the federal civil service, we won't be sitting here discussing this. We will have competent, civil servant coming into the service. We won't be here talking about this. So I think lead P, the structure for lead P needs to be cascaded down to the Federal Civil Service Commission. Okay? So down to your question. Can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so down to your question, when we were done, we had a one-on-one with the head of service, and she opened the door for us to communicate with her and bring to her the things that we want for the LIPI graduates or the LIPI civil servants. She brought that to us.
Okay, thank you very much. This is time for us to allow people from the audience who may want to ask questions regarding what we have done,
Okay.
what we have heard so far with respect to LIPI. Any question from the audience? Yes, this is a hand there. And there's a second hand. Just 2 questions, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Nemeka Rongwa from Abia State, and it happened that I spoke to you some time ago. My question is, how will some of us who are from the states benefit from this LP program?
Beautiful. Next, let's take the last question.
Good afternoon. I'm a junior officer from NCCE. As a young education officer, I heard all you were saying about Talent Harvest Program, but I didn't get the acronym very well. Limping. I don't know if it's LE. Please, I just want you to explain that. Thank you.
Okay. I think you should take the second question, please. Okay. Okay. All right. So, Uche, respond.
Okay. Thank you. The man from Abia State, you are asking if this program will be cascaded down to the state. I'm quite happy to hear that. That means that this program is very, very impactful. Although we have categories, we have the federal government, we have the state government, and we have the local government. And we normally have national council establishment where the states learn from what the federal government are doing and bring it down to their state level. So I'm sure you are head of service, that young man, I know him, very, very educative, very, very good man. he will do something like this program in your state. It's just collaborations by calling all of us to work with him, and we'll do that easily. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. While we were having the conversation, the first man of the civil service, our very, the husband of the head of the civil service of the Federation, walk in. Let's acknowledge him. Thank you so much for gracing our conversation. On a final note, because our time is almost up, so um, I had the privilege of working with the immediate past head of the civil service of the Federation. I can tell you for free that annually, all state heads of service, state heads of service, and the head of the civil service of the Federation, they meet at a program called the National Council on Establishment. I had the privilege of attending at least 3 of those councils. I recall that in one of this, at least one of the section, the head of service will take time to reel out the programs implemented at the federal level through this Federal Strategy and Implementation Plan, FC 2021 to 2025. That has lapsed, and I'm hoping that with the kind grace of this current head of service, we'll be able to come up with a new plan, a successor plan to that effect. But I can assure you that this conversation, with respect to what is done at the federal level, is communicated to all heads, state heads of service, and they are encouraged to go back to their state, liaise with their governors, and implement the reforms that is undertaken at the federal level. So I hope your head of state from your state will take up that responsibility. I also had the privilege of meeting the head of service of Abia State, who at one time bumped into my office to seek clarification as to the reforms undertaken in the federal civil service. And he promised to take it back to His Excellency, the governor of his state, to be able to see how he can grant approval for them to implement same. Regrettably, implementation of the reforms in the state is slower than what we have in the state. But we are at the federal level. But there's not much we can do because they are autonomous in many ways. All right. I hope I've answered your question. So the conversation should be between is at a higher level where the head of service will continue to impress on the state head of service to take up this reform in their respective states. For my sister that asks about LEAD P, it is the Leadership Enhancement and Development Program. So LEAD, L-E-A and P. Thank you very much. I hope that once again, let me, on behalf of my colleagues, sincerely tender our gratitude to the head of the civil service of the Federation. We appreciate the work she's doing. We recognize that, and we recognize that someday she won't be there, and that she has given us this platform to develop our capacities as leaders that will be able to take over the service in the near future. And for gracing our discussion today, thank you so much. I recall one day I had the privilege of having lunch somewhere with you and your mommy. So it's always a privilege to see you. Thank you very much. And thank you, audience, for listening to us. God bless you all. Picture. Oh.
Oh. Yes.
I hope this thing will not cut my leg. Bring it to because this thing you don't you shoot them just I think to not this. Oh God.
Okay.
All the lead
The-
officers, please.
all the lead B officers should join.
Yeah.
Some can stand, please.
Oh. Okay.
And aspiring is me. Hello.
Thank you so much, the moderator. Huh? Yes, there's another. Yes, there's another one. Thank you. Before the commencement of this session, I remember I promised you all that it was going to be an impactful and engaging one, and I'm sure you all agree with me that they did justice to the discussion. Please, a round of applause for them once more. You people can do better than that. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please remain seated. Remain seated as we welcome the next presentation from Chinyere Vivian Obi Obasi. Please, a round of applause as she steps up to the stage. She is going to make presentation on creative showcase by young officers. Please welcome her.
Please, can you put your hands together for the host? She has done an marvelous job. She first introduced the former panel before me. For us to fully maximize this period, I would wish everyone at the back to please come forward. And I want everyone in this room to remain in the room if you can. We're about to have a very interesting time. Please, it would be nice for everyone at the back to please move forward. I want to have that sense of unity and so that the hall will look very organized. This front is waiting for some human beings. The chairs are crying. They want people to feel them. Please come to the front. I want as many people to the front. I want everyone behind to move forward. Thank you. This session presupposes that we have a lot of intelligent people in civil service, people who are not just doing their work, but also deploying their God-given talents. And I will give you an example. I read English before reading law immediately after youth service. I practiced law for 7 years. I worked in the bank for 13 years. I currently do emceeing, writing, and public speaking. Standing before you, I have written 13 books. I have won awards in writing, and I've gotten to the finals of NLNG. It's a competition that you win $100,000. Please don't ask me for the money. I didn't win. I beg. I got to the last 3, but I'm happy, for getting there. So why am I giving this background? I'm giving this background that nothing stops you from writing. If you must know, the head of civil service, our dear Mrs. Esther Didi Wasin Jack, ONMNI, has written a book, Roses in the Tone. You need to read it. It's actually her autobiography, a part of her life, because you can't use one book to tell all of your right? So this session is to encourage you to also take some time to write. The average person will be asking, when do I write? Well, even while sitting down and just waiting, you can write. You can write your speeches while sitting down. You can write your poems while sitting down. In the train, I remember a lady who said she wrote a whole book in the train. On her way to work is 1 hour. On her way back is 1 hour. and you have your phone, isn't it? Inside the phone, you have your notes. So it means that you have opportunity to write. So we believe that there are very many intelligent people here. Of course, it takes intelligence to write. Do you agree? Of course, it takes intelligence to write. Even in this era of ChatGPT, if you tell ChatGPT, can you give me a story of a lady whose husband died and she had to raise children alone? ChatGPT will give you a story, but you know what? The story will have no soul. No soul, right? It will be very mechanical. So you now, we have to give that story a soul. And you have to be intelligent enough to know what to do to give the story a soul. So the way this is going to be is this. We are going to open the floor for as many people who have something to read. Please don't restrict yourself. It can be an essay that you wrote. It can be an essay that you wrote. It can be a piece of poetry that you wrote. It can even be somebody's poem that inspired you. But we are here, just to have fun creatively. And I want to also tell you about some associations. We have the Abuja Literary Society. I'm actually a trustee in Abuja Literary Society. And even when I was in the bank, I was anchoring one of the sessions every Friday, I think Signature Gallery or so. So once it's Friday, once it's 6 o'clock, I've left to anchor this session. So I'm also trying to tell you that uh, I'm also trying to tell you that civil service will not penalize you for doing anything creative. No, they will not. So if you're here, and I believe that you're here because you have an interest, please explore it. You understand what I'm saying? Explore that interest and bring out the best in you. So we are going to have people from the floor come and do stories, or if you want to sing, is allowed. You want to sing, you want to do anything, the floor is open. But because I also anticipate that people may be having maybe wondering what to do, I've gone out of my way to print out some poems and stories that you know, a lot of them that you know. So we're going to just read it, and then we can now discuss it. Am I making sense? So that is giving everybody opportunity to go and bring out their work on what to do. So who remembers the telephone conversation by Wole Soyinka? You remember it, right? So you are coming to read it. So you are going to listen to her gently read this telephone conversation. Okay, you have something to read? Okay, okay. We are going to listen to her read telephone conversation by Wole Soyinka, and all of us will agree on one thing that they caught or one thing that they liked, because there's always something to like. And please, I want some quiet so that we can understand the poem and make contributions. Please, can you put your hands together for her? Please welcome her to this place. Thank you. Telephone conversation, one of the iconic Nigerian men, legends, literary legends in the world.
Thank you very much, madam. Telephone conversation by Wole Soyinka. The price seemed reasonable. Location indifference. The landlady swore she lived off premises. Nothing remained but self-confession. Madam, I want. I hate a wasted journey. I am Africa. Silence. Silence transmission of pressurized good breathing. Voice when it came. Lipstick coated, long gold rolled, cigarette holder piped, caught I was fully. How dark I had not missaid. Are you light or very dark? But in B, but in A, stretch on rancid bread of public hide and speak. Red boats, red pillar box, red double tired, omnibus, sequential tar. It was real. shamed. It was really shamed by ill-mannered silence, surrender, push dumbfoundment to beg simplification. Considerate, she said, varying the emphasis. Are you dark or very light? Revelation came. You mean like plain or milk chocolate? Her accent was clinical, crushing in its light. Impersonality rapidly wavelength adjusted, wavelength adjusted. I choose West African sepia. And as afternoon thought, down my passport. Silence for spectroscopic flights of fancy till truthfulness change her accent, hard on the mouth. What's that? Conceding. Don't know that, don't know what that is. Like brunette. That's dark, isn't it? Not together, not all together. Fancily, fancially, I am brunette, but madam, you should see the rest of me. Palm of my hands, sole of my feet, are peroxide blonde. Fiction, caused foolishly, madam, by sitting down, has torn my buttocks, bottom raven black. One moment, madam, sensing her receiver rearing on the thunder lap. About my ears, madam, I pleaded, wouldn't you rather see for yourself? Thank you very much. That's the end of the poem.
Please put your hands together for her, considering that I didn't give her opportunity to look at it the last time. This is a very interesting poem by Wole Soyinka. There was a time racism abroad was terrible. So he was looking for a house. And this woman was asking him, he said it was dark. So she wanted to know how dark. Was it, and then he now kept making fun of her and making fun of her till the end. It just shows you how stupid racism can be. Why? Because when you cut everybody, it's the same blood that comes out. Is there any reaction from anybody? You are smiling. Reaction, just anything. Give us a reaction to the poem, yes.
It's always what always right? So I would like to say from listening.
Yes.
See it from broader perspective, that we all make the same.
Yes, so but Wole Soyinka really made fun of him. And so now we have the first person from the civil service directly. We intentionally didn't want to bring people from outside because we want to show you that it is doable. That amongst you, you can have award-winning writers. When I got to the finals of NLNG, I was a banker. My boss was like, in this bank? I said, yes, in this bank. Why? Because it's a gift. So we are having Mr. Anthony Ogo give us his first piece. Please put your hands together for him.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I actually didn't plan for this. I didn't know there's going to be a section as this, reading poems and all of that. It's my passion to draw, to paint, and to write when I have the time. And sir, please, this poem is going to be in Pidgin English. So I know you said that yesterday. So the title of the poem is "It Get As It Be." I try to speak Pidgin. I write Pidgin English, but it's hard for me to speak. So I'll try. So the aim, the theme of the poem is about respect in the society as it's going down the drain. So it gets as it be. I come out from village, can't go for township. The boss boku, not for small. Noise day well. And the boss boy, way small, come the yab everybody. Chai, it get as it be. I can't reach town. Everybody no sabi anybody. Na so pass, then they pass. I reach for my pikin in house. But in pikin them no even go ground. Talk more for greeting. E get as e be. E no tey for food for come done. My pikin, in wife, and them pikins, them they chop from plenty big plates. And me, they chop from small plates. Sake of say I don't old. Hey, e get as e be. Morning reach and no choo-choo. Na brush and clean up them use. For bath sef, na pipe they pour water. Dem no fit go fetch wood for fire. Na iron box with kerosene dem dey use. Ha! E get as e be. Everything don change. Pikin no fit throway salute. Nobody dey chop from one plate again. And technology don kpafuka everything. Oh, e get as e be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very thought-provoking. And for all of us who belong to some generations, there are many things that it get as it be. So let's, we can all write this poem and make it like 5 pages, right? So let us add more it get as it be. Madam, it get as it be. What is going on now that if they give you opportunity, you will change it? Something cultural, yes? As I'm standing here, I have like 1 million things going on in my head. So if I have 1 million, madam, you should have 2 million. What? I want everybody will, yes? Eh? No, just say one, thank you. Just say one thing that you get as it be in this dispensation, yes?
Oh, how does the conde suffer? I still conde hard. It get as it be.
It get as it be. Because if you don't remember, in my house, they used to buy a carton of pig milk. And then they will open it. And then yes, 2 people are supposed to share one. One person will say, look at it now. You have finished it. I'm going to take another one. They will take another one and open it. Inside the fridge, you will see 5 open tins of milk. Can it happen now? It get as it be. Okay. Next row. Yes. Yes. Something that, so that, are you noting? I want you to present this poem next year so it to be longer with all these suggestions, yes?
This petrol price, it get as a bill.
Oh, there was a time petrol was like water, yes?
These children of these days, when I was a kid, I dey stay with my mama after dinner. But my own children today, everybody is to his room or her room and her phone. I'm all alone. You get as
it be, get as it be. All right. And the children will say, the mama here of the mama of those days spend time with their children. But this my mama, 2-4, she's on her phone. You get as it be. Both ways, yes?
Before,
Oh.
men they need the worker for road. Now madness they inspire their heads. It get as it be.
All right. Okay. Any more? We should have many more. Yes. I'm seeing a hand there.
The long queue we had this afternoon for lunch, you get a seat.
I'm telling you. Did you want to faint? But you eventually ate, right? Yes, because I know everybody ate. You know those events, some people say we didn't eat, then you catch them on video where they're eating and drinking. Say, bah, eh? All right, you get as it be, yes?
The way the ladies dress nowadays, it get as it be.
Honestly, you hit it on the head. The way they dress now is just as
the girls, not the ladies.
All right. Okay, somebody is. Yes. In front.
E get as e be how high gas price be.
Oh, everybody they talk where who come. You get as it be. All right, somebody wants to say something. Is your hand up? Okay, her hand is up.
In those days, nursing mother, when they are breastfeeding, they know how to package their breast well to breastfeed their child. But today, nursing mothers, when they are breastfeeding, They don't wear dress that will be convenient for them to bring out their breasts. They will just expose the body like that. You get as it be.
You get as it be, oh. Before, men will wear trousers to the waist. Now, we now see their colored pants. You get as it be. All right, so we've had fun. Please, must preside that poem, produce it. Before, a child belonged to the community. Anybody can discipline a child. But now, you get as it be, oh. Before, teachers can beat and correct a child. Now, oh, you get as it be. Hey, only. All right, thank you. So you have a performance, or you want to make a suggestion? Okay.
Correct. Something there.
Yeah.
So you say wood, to gather wood, to fetch wood. But no be wood, then they call them. Then they call them firewood.
Thank you very much. That's why we need editors. So when you finish your poem, get her department, send it to her. She will now look at it very well, edit it properly before sending it to you. Thank you very much. So do we have another person? Before we have another person, there is a modern poem by a very, very brilliant Nigerian, a lawyer, best in his class, and a performance poet. And this poem is one of my favorites of his poems. It's The Revolution Has No Tribe. You know the person I'm talking about? DK Chukwumerije. He's not here, but can we put our hands together for him? It's a brilliant, brilliant poet. So who will read? My darling, Sister Francisca, come and read this poem. It's a very short poem, don't worry. Please put your hands together for her. You want to? The revolution has no tribe. It's just very short.
Okay. The revelation has no tribe. Do you not know that poverty is not an Ijoman? He will not spare the rest of us and afflict only the Ishan. He will step over the river and come across the border. So, when the drums sound, let everybody answer. Do you not know that corruption is not from Nekede? Nekede. He will wake up. No, he will not hear that Ife had no dealings with Mother Keke. Mother Keke. Mother Keke. Mother Keke. He will wake up. He will wake all of our children at night with hunger. So, when the drums sound, let everybody answer. Do you not know that HIV/AIDS is not Kanuri? He will not select his victims and kill only the Fulani. He will set the land ablaze from the Delta to the Sahara. So, when the drums sound, let everybody answer. Do you not know that our enemies have no face? They are indigenous, no states. They come from no place. And if this boat capsizes, every one of us will go under. So, when the drums sound, let everybody answer. Do not say, I am Iroke, when the forest is burning. Do not say, I am an Obeche, when the forest is burning. Our differences will not prevent us from perishing together. So, when the drums sound, let everyone answer. Thank you.
That clap was weak. Is it because you didn't you listen to the poem? Okay, so the poem is saying, do you not know that poverty is not an Ijoman? So what he's saying is that poverty is, it can be anybody. And said he will not spare the rest of us and afflict afflict only the Ishan. It can afflict. Yes, when she talked about gas price and everything. And so, what was the solution? It's the same thing with HIV. If they go to the hospital, those with HIV are not from one tribe. It cuts across tribe. So what is do? He said, "Do not say I am an Iroko when the forest is burning. Do not say I'm an Obeche because I'm an Iroko and this forest is burning. When it comes to me, it will jump and pass. Is it possible? No. So he says, our differences will not prevent us from perishing together. You're Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're Calabar. He says, so when the drums sound, let everyone answer. So what do we understand by that? When there is trouble, when you see something that is not going well, when there is something to correct, when you have to live patriotically, do it. Because if you don't do it, if you see something and refuse to say something, that thing can also affect you. Please, can we put our hands for DK Chupu Mary Jane? So while we were here, by the special invitation of the head of civil service, what you don't know is that she has a lot of goodwill, plenty goodwill. And so I was the MC of the book launch, Mother Care, and I saw Zaki. I said, Zaki, how now? And I told him to shine the torch for those Gen Z people. Who knows Zaki and his torch? I want to gauge the age of the people in this room. Hey, all right. So I saw him again and he said to me, I am the guest of the head of service. So I begged him. I said, the people in this room want to hear you sing, whether with a drum. It's creative, right? Singing is part of music, it's part of creative. So I know you are settled down, he's a professional. We're about to have Zaki break the monotony of the long talk by giving us some songs, right? We are not asking for one song, songs. Thank you. Zaki, please.
Where's my touch? Yes. Okay. This is the first time in my life, in my career, I will perform in this form, where you have to stand on a podium like the president of Nigeria. So let me pose. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. Okay, so 3 days ago, I released a new song. So before we go into the Mata iya munesu yang kubale na mata. All right, sing it. Let me hear. Huh? Yeah, clap for yourself. You are with me. How many of you remember? Right from the very start, I wanna marry you, but then I feel ashamed. Baby, I know you're mine. How can I let you go? Nami go Maria. I supposed to Maria. Yeah, you're with me, you're with me. Okay, you see, so you remember. Okay, so this is a new song. So it's just 3 days old. Madam, smile now. Smile. It's just 3 days old. So what just answer me when it gets to the chorus. It's very easy. We dey sing Hosanna. We dey jaye jaye Hosanna. Can you sing that? 1, 2, let's go. We dey sing Hosanna. Okay, you are not musicians, I understand. Because you sang, you know, there's what we call timing. We dey sing Hosanna. Now, we dey jaye jaye Hosanna. Okay. Jaye jaye Hosanna. Marvelous. Okay. Back up, see? Okay, I won't waste your time with this. Since it's a new song, let me just try. Been a long time coming. Reason why I'm not going nowhere. Many fire in my body. I dey catch fire, oh. Them accuse me wrongly. Abuse my integrity. Celebrity, been through ups and downs. Sometimes it go be like say I'm losing my mind. But against all these things, we dey sing Hosanna. Yeah, Jaya Hosanna. We dey sing Hosanna. Okay, let's clap now. Jaya Jaya Hosanna. We dey sing Hosanna. Jaya Hosanna. Clap for yourself. It's a new song, so I don't blame you. Okay, so let's just do the remaining two ones that you know, and then I leave so that I don't get to take much of your. Are you ready? So should we do the matter first on Amigo Mariam? Okay, what it means, Oyibo? It means don't disrespect women. Women are our mothers. Women are our first teachers. Respect women in every aspect. That's what this song is all about. Mata munesu. Okay, let's be upstanding now so that there are women here. No, guy, you're not a woman. Sit down. Only women. Men, sit down and celebrate women. Why you must respect women? Hmm? Mata munesu. Dale ne muzangil mamasu. Wata guda so tell day. Kudubi yunkulin haifa ya. To, ‘yan uwa ku na mata. I can hear you. Mata iyayenmu ne su. ‘Yan uwa ku na mata. ‘Yan uwa ku na mata. One last time. Mata iyayenmu ne su. Mata iyayenmu ne su. Yeah. Okay, let's all sit down now. Because this one is a love song. Yes, Namigo Mariam. Now I'm married to her, and we have 3 children. So you see, the song actually worked for me. Because I did the song when I was looking for a hand in marriage. So I succeeded. Clap for me now. Okay. Right from the very start, I wanna marry you. But then I feel ashamed. Baby, I know you're mine. How can I let you go? That's why I feel that something's going on. Watch me now. Nami go Maria. I supposed to marry her. If Papa don't like me, tell me I will go con do am. Tell me how we go con do am. I supposed to marry am. Now listen. Babanki ya hana ni aure da ke, mamanki ta hana ni aure da ke, ni ya kamata in aure ki fa, koma da laya sai na aura, ki daina kuka, she come dey cry, kami say ki daina kuka, she come dey cry, tell me how we go con do am. Tell me how we go con do am. If papa no like me, and him mama no like me, na me go marry am. I must to marry am. I don't marry am with 3 children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wish I can see him sing where the wife is there. You know, she'll be blushing, right? They gave this man a tough time. But yes, now this is said the papa don't like me. That's tough. He has to win the hand of the father before the daughter. Thank you very much for, blessing us with his presence. This is something that would have paid a lot of money for, but we got free of charge. So let's okay, he sees that courtesy of the no, I won't call her Didi.
the head of civil service, right? Never reach like that. For me, oh, not for you. Okay, so any more before we go into, and by the way, I may leave a little earlier, but I'm not leaving you desolate. I have a very accomplished Nigerian, my dear Nimi Jack, who is going to, not senior. Don't worry, there's a coup, who is going to be take the rest of the journey. But I know we are prepared. So anyone with a poem, if you don't, like I told you, literature is made up of many arms. The creatives, we've listened to poetry, we have had some music, and I'll now do you a short story. So what it means that you can fit into many places. You can be a DJ, learn how to play music. I used to anchor programs weekends. My Saturdays and Sunday belong to me. I used to give speeches Saturday, Sunday. They belong to me, not to civil service. So you're allowed to explore your gifts and your talents. I'm just trying to encourage us. So now, this is the title of the story I read. Just listen, you will enjoy it. The title is Thank You for Not Disgracing Me. So it was in the crowded Chinese chopsticks restaurant that it happened. She was not expecting it. They had gone out on a date, and Emmanuel suggested that she also brought her friends. Invite all your friends. She did. Her friends, trust them, always looking for free food and drinks, jumped at the opportunity. They came in their large numbers. At the last count, there were 15. Constant forced over her. She enjoyed it. He loved to do this kind of thing more when they were in the presence of other people. She always humored him. But was that not exactly the way he behaved with other girls? He was rich, young man with no cares in the world. Managing his father's shipping company is a dream job for any young man who wanted to live a life of opulence. The dinner progressed beautifully. As they wined, her friends gave her the secret thumbs up sign, please invite us another time. They mounted to her whenever Constant was looking somewhere else. Then he excused himself to ease himself. And by the time he came back, he was coming back, the light in the restaurant was dim. What is happening? She asked no one in particular. At that point, this soft love song by Whitney Houston began to play. Chopsticks has always been known as a venue for romantics to celebrate their special occasions. What is someone up to? She wondered. She craned her neck to scan other tables. When she looked by her side, there was Constant kneeling down, holding a gold case. He opened the case and brought out the ring and presented it to her. Nobody on their table seemed surprised, so they knew. She was totally stunned. She looked at her friends for help, but they were all caught up in the euphoria of the moment, clapping and bouncing on their seats. Then all her friends and the total strangers in the restaurant began to shout, take it, take it, take it, go on, take it. She looked at Constant kneeling down, brought out her third finger, and he slipped the ring into it with a huge sigh of relief. Maybe nobody noticed, but she did. The look of gratitude on his face was priceless. At that instant, she fell in love with him all over. Everywhere erupted with laughter. The people on the other table stood up to watch them. It was like the high point of the day. Then the long kiss and the emergency paparazzis at work. She was sure the pictures would be up on Facebook in no distant time. She enjoyed her meal and the heavy flirtations. She leaned on him, and at a point, she was glued to his chest. They looked like a couple made in heaven. And that was how Chika, one of her friends, described them. Dinner over, everyone left the restaurant talking excitedly about what they saw. Her friends wished they were in her shoes. He took her straight to her house, and like the perfect gentleman he was, he led her to the door.
He tried to kiss her goodnight, but she pushed him away. Enough, she commanded, and brought out the ring from her finger and handed it over to him. He was not shocked. He hesitated before taking it from her. Then he looked into her eyes, which held no mercy, and said to her, "Thank you for not disgracing me. You are a good person. I had hoped, I had wished, I had looked forward to forgiveness from you. I admit it. I went too far when I slept with your best friend. I planned this whole evening to untwist you into forgiving me and marrying me. How on earth can I thank you for not disgracing me? We will always remain friends." As he spoke, her eyes were clouded with tears. She quickly opened the door and stepped in without a backward glance. She closed it and went straight to the kitchen, to the fridge, for some cold water. She looked at the reflection on the fridge and said to herself, "Mystique, you did the right thing. Constant is an incurable flirt. He will never change, and he will always break your heart." Thank you. Wow. You know, the beauty of being a writer when you write is that you have to carry the readers to that place. Were you people in Chinese chopsticks with them? Ah, and then I was there with them as they were enjoying. Then the second beauty of a writer is that what you write, you must be emotional about it. I never finish writing a story without crying. I mean, like, if I write this kind of story, at the end, I will cry out. I'll thank God I'm alone in my room. I'll say, "Chiye, why are you writing? You created them. If you want them to marry, you will write it and they will marry. So why are you crying?" But that is how human beings are. Our stories are never straight. Even as you are looking at the head of service and you are thinking, "She's so blessed." Let her come and tell you the moments that she cried. So what happens in your stories and in your poems is that you must be able to capture those moments that are humans. You have seen them disgrace someone. I think I saw one person, they gave a ring. I think that was what motivated the story. She disgraced the guy, walked away, slapped him. But you see, this one took another turn. So can you put your hands together for me again? Thank you. All right. So quickly, I will now call on my friend. Nimi, come. Please put your hands together for Nimi. Thank you very much. Sometimes we are not like what we look like. I told him that my daughter has been in hospital since Monday. Food poisoning. I don't know what she ate, but everything that enters her mouth is out. So I'm here, but I'm not here. So my deaf brother and friend will take over. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Thank you. So these are the poems. Okay. They can read.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'll just try and continue from where Mrs. Chinyere left off. So this session is pretty much like an open mic kind of session. If you have any expression, music, poetry, stories, you can even dance if you feel inclined. So does anyone have a specific performance they would like to do before we continue? Ideally, but I think maybe we can take one or two. What do you want to do? Okay. 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 Yes, you can do another person's poem. Um, we're open to that. Ideally, your own poem. Um, okay. Okay, in the absence of any performances, I'll invite Mrs. Prideye to come up and play a little game with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christiana Prideyo Otobotekere. I'm a principal admin officer with the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau. So this is a creative session, right? So we are going to be a little creative. We are going to play a creative game, and I'm going to pick your brains. In fact, we're going to pick our brains. So this is going to be an alphabet game where you start a sentence with letter A, you make a short phrase with letter A, and the next person has to make another phrase with letter B, and then we'll go all the way to Z. So I'll give you a few examples. Ma'am, you're starting with A. So whilst you're thinking of letter A, I'll give you a few examples. So for example, you can say, are you going shopping today? And the next person says, be sure I am. And the third person says, can I get anything for you? And then the fourth person says, don't bother, I'm fine, thank you. You know, something like that. And then we go all the way. Yes, so the beginning of the sentence, the first is A, the second sentence has to be B. It doesn't have to rhyme. So if you feel like your sentence is not going to rhyme with what the other person said, feel free to change the trail of sentence. Do we understand? Okay, so we're starting with you, ma'am. Can we have the microphone, please? Okay. You can say anything starting with letter A. It doesn't have to be a question, it could be a short phrase.
Okay. I'm such an amazing epic civil servant.
Yeah, that's good enough. No, give to the next person. So, oh, it's I. Oh, yes, I. Mine is I apostrophe M.
Okay. Okay, so I need to say something else, right?
Yeah, with letter A. Yeah.
Are you proud to be an epic civil servant?
Okay, so
But to be an epic civil servant, what would I need to be?
yeah. So start thinking, calculate, and know what alphabet is coming to you. Certainly, I can. Okay, you say certainly I can.
Which letter am I taking?
Letter D.
Mm.
I will not take your okay. What was it? C, letter C. What did you say?
Can you answer the question he raised?
Yes, I can.
No, you have to say something starting with letter D. So it's not easy to be creative. Oh. When people write books and poems, we have to clap for them when they.
Please, let's take
Starting with letter D.
I will come.
We'll come back to you.
What is the question?
No, say something with letter D. Start something with letter D.
Don't ask me that question.
Exactly. If you are, don't make me to be angry. Taking my D back.
Okay. Oh no, hold up. We have to try. So alphabet E. Exactly. Okay, somebody said exactly. So F. But let's make it a phrase, not one word, please. Think of something. Uh, Beginning with letter F. Follow me and I'll make you fishers of men. Ma'am, can you say something beginning with the letter F?
F.
Yes, please.
Francisca.
A phrase.
Oh, a
A
phrase.
phrase,
Oh,
yeah. A short phrase.
Francisca. That's why I quickly shouted Francisca. So,
Say anything and make any sentence beginning with letter F.
From God we came, and to God we'll go back.
That's nice. Yeah, pass the mic. So letter G.
Good aspires to be a civil servant.
Good.
Aspire. So GH.
Okay. H. Have you had? Have you gone through the Lit P program?
Good. Okay. So the next person, letter I. Just say. So this makes us think. It makes us use the parts of our brain we didn't even know we could use.
Identify with the best civil servants and work with progress.
Good. J.
I think justice must prevail.
Okay. K. K. Mhm. L. Okay, so letter K. K, please.
Keep at the work and ensure we deliver right.
L.
Love this year International Service Civil Service Conference 2026. Thank you.
Yeah, pass it. M.
Must be the best conference ever.
N.
Next year we will all be here.
Yeah. O.
Many persons are itching to speak.
Letter O. Your O, yes. Yes.
Oh, older people are not are in the room. Yes. yes.
P.
Perfect time out this conference.
Okay, that's gotten back to me. Q. Quietly waiting for the reforms to actually actualize. Actually be actualized. R.
Is it R now?
Yeah. I'm gonna go Q R. Yeah. R.
Reforms are good for the service.
Yeah. S. S. Yeah.
I'll give it to her.
You pass.
Stop passing the mic and answer the question.
T.
Take this mic and do the needful.
U.
You?
U. Letter U.
You can come tomorrow to my house.
Letter Y. That's letter Y. Letter U.
You are a great person.
That's still letter Y.
Understand the question first.
V.
Very interesting. Very
W.
interesting conference.
W.
Wish you all a very good deliberation.
X. X. Yeah, it has come back to you, man. We're at letter X now. Yeah, X. X as in X-ray. Yeah.
Extraordinary. No.
That's EX. Okay, X. Pass the mic. X.
Why?
X.
X.
X-ray the problem and solve it.
Good. Y. Letter Y.
Why do you always bring the mic to me?
No, that's letter W. Letter Y.
Young civil servants will grow and become great.
And Z.
Zealous, zealousness for civil servants is necessary.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. So you can see it's not easy being creative. It's easy to read people's poems and don't really appreciate what it takes, to put them together. So this game, I'm sure it has helped us, you know, pick our brains and then to know that we can be creative. We can do more than a lot of people didn't expect to make sentences like that. So we can do more than we're currently doing. We have great ideas. Let's bring them out. Let's put them down on paper. And together, the civil service will be great. Put your hands together for yourself. Okay, before I take my seat, I'm going to read this poem. There's a poem before me, and I'm going to read it. As I read it, please think of what you're going to do. Remember, we were asking for creatives and nobody came up. Okay, the title of the poem is The Land of My Birth. Nigeria, my motherland, cradle of strength and beauty, a nation woven with many tribes, yet standing as one unbroken. From the north, where the wind sings over the deserts, to the south, where rivers kiss the ocean, from the east, where hills whisper old stories, to the west, where drums echo our pride. This is my home. Green is our land, rich with promise. Gold is our hearts, shining with hope. We have known struggles, we have seen trials, but we rise again and again. Oh, Nigeria, your soil is fertile with dreams. Your streets are alive with laughter. Your people are warriors of resilience. I see the future in your children. Their eyes bright with ambition. Their voices loud with determination. They are the architects of tomorrow. Let unity be our strength. Let love be our foundation. The giant of Africa. Nigeria standing tall, a giant with hearts that never wavers. Through every storm, through every trial, you remain unshaken, unbroken. Your rivers are lifelines. Your forests breathe life. Your mountains stand as sentinels, guarding history, whispering heritage. We are more than a country. We are a story of survival, a tale of kings and queens, a land of warriors and dreamers. From the cocoa farms of Ondo to the oil fields in Bayelsa, from the leather works of Kanu to the tech hubs of Lagos, we are a people of industry, a nation of innovation. No setback can silence our song. No challenge can steal our lights. For we are Nigeria, the heart of Africa, the hope of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you all for contributing to that wonderful game. Okay, before we continue, anyone inspired to perform or read? We actually have more poems here for anyone who would like to, or if you have something else you prefer to share with us. Okay. Okay. Another quick game then. We all have a creative side to us, but most of us are not getting to express it. And I guess that's why it's hard for us to come forward with something. So I think let's imagine our alternate creative life. If you were not in your current job, what creative career would you be in? I think we can just go around and everyone share. And maybe some people will end up, chasing that alternative career either now or when you retire. Where's our microphone? Okay. Okay, maybe let's start from here this time. So just go around, just share with us what you think you would have been doing if you were not in your current job.
I think I would. I think I would be a baker.
Okay.
Because I love cakes, I love pastries. So I'll probably be a baker.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, I trained as a lawyer, but now I realize that I should actually be a teacher.
Good afternoon. Wonderful session we are having here. I'm a retired public servant, a senior citizen at that. And I just found out that I feel comfortable grooming young people. For instance, yesterday, somebody came to meet us at the airport. And I said, if you have to do this job, you have to do this, you have to do that. You have to do this and you have to do that. If you are a protocol officer, you are meeting somebody for the first time, the way you appeared to us is not the way you are supposed to appear. Because the way you look speaks a lot about you. 2 days ago, I boarded over boats, and I saw the lady. It was a lady rider, and I was so interested. I wanted to chat her up. So, but she tied a black scarf, and then from the back, I saw that she was putting on a black dress. And I was just contemplating. I don't know whether this woman is a widow because she was not putting on earrings. So I was just sitting back, trying to imagine how to start the conversation. And I managed, I looked at it, I said, how do I start there? I just went head on and said, Madam, are you a widow? She said, no. I said, but you are putting on black and black this early morning. Why? She said, no, that she couldn't make her hair. That's why she tied it with a black scarf, and that the front of her dress is gray. It's only the back that is black. And I told her that this boat is your own presidential villa. This boat you are riding. That people enter the car with so much burden. Looking at you, it can brighten their day. But when you come, I came into this vehicle today and I'm just like, I don't know what is this woman, no earring, black dress, early in the morning. And I was just like, then I canceled her and I said, this boat is your presidential villa. Make it comfortable so that whoever you are taking in this car, when the person boards the car, will be happy. And when the person is leaving, the person will be happy also and they remember you. But when you come looking shabby because you think you are a boat driver, being a boat driver does not make you a lesser being. It's the way you package yourself. That's the way people, because if she had looked so cute, maybe put on tie, make up herself, on balance on the steering, I wouldn't have gone into all those. And I would have just started my conversation with her. And then afterwards, I will leave. So, especially we have younger people here. As a senior citizen, I am advising. It is my passion to inform you that it is better at every point, whatever is your challenge, try to sit on top of it and pretend that those challenges do not exist. Thank you very much.
Okay, can.
Well, yeah, so I think if I were not doing what I'm doing, I would write more. I love to write.
Okay.
And perhaps also act. So acting and
Okay.
writing I would do. And I try to do some of it in what I do already, but I don't have time to do as much. Thank you.
Okay. No. No, okay. Yes, you said you like to write and perhaps act.
Okay. Currently I'm a civil servant, right? If I'm not doing this job, I love to coach, transform people's life. I like to tell people and bring the best out of them. Try to bring the positive energy in whatever the person I meet. I make you comfortable and bring us so. Still, I'm actually doing it. So it's a retirement plan.
Okay.
So I'm a coach, a counselor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, it's fine. You can go.
All right, thanks. If I'm not in service, there are so many things I would have laid my hands on. But putting at the top is to be an all-round artist. So I would write poems, play music, and paint. I paint a lot, and it's nice.
Thank you.
If I'm not doing what I'm doing right now, I will be a teacher and a counselor.
If I wasn't a civil servant, I would have been a fashion designer.
Yes. If I wasn't a civil servant, I would have been a teacher too. Teacher.
Okay. I was a civil servant until 2 weeks ago. So I'm a senior citizen, just retired after 35 years in service. And I studied geology. So I practiced this geology, water sector for 35 years. And now I'm thinking of what to do. Actually, I've not started thinking. I really want to rest. The civil service that say retire at 60 or 35 knows why. So I think I want to rest first before I think of what to do. So let me enjoy this civil service retirement. Let me enjoy my life small.
All right. Okay.
If I were not in a service, I would be doing baking.
There are a whole lot of things I will have loved to do, but the standout ones, I think if I'm not doing this, I'll be an artist. I love drawing. Even as a kid, I draw a lot. And another one is I like anything that is on the creative, like fashion, there's a tailoring, all those things. I really love it.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. I'm just coming in, but if to say I'm not a civil servant, I will be a farmer actually. That is what I aspire to do actually. Thank you.
Good, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdul Karim Ibrahim, Director, Plan Research and Statistics from the Kano State Office of the Head of Civil Service. If I happen to be a civil servant, actually, I would have been a farmer by now. And even now, I'm thinking of maybe quitting the service in order to venture into farming very soon, inshallah.
Aside being a civil servant, I would like to be a fashion designer. I would love to beautify people. And most importantly, I would like to be a caregiver. Thank you.
All right. Lots of things would have been loved, podcasting, comedy. You'll be shocked. Yes, she knows. And what again? I love teaching and coaching. I'm mentoring young men a lot. Thank you.
If I'm not in the civil servants, I'll be a discipler, discipling younger ones for the Lord.
Good evening, everyone. Presently, I'm a civil servant, but I remember in those days, I was living very close to one Federal University of Agriculture. I felt that all those who were in that school were going to be agriculturalists, going to farms. So I was despising them. But presently, I've seen the potentials of agriculture and farming. That presently, I'm even consulting some of them to help me, give me ideas of what to do. So if I'm not a civil servant, I would have been a full-blown farmer.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Amos Tabe. I'm a deputy director and Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute. If I'm not a public servant, I would have been a life coach. I want people to discover their purpose, maximizing their potentials. That is what I would have been. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Please, permission to use your mic. Let us launch seriously Agenda 2026. This is 26. Agenda 2027. Whether this conference holds or not, let's keep in touch, encourage each other, and by this time next year, we will report on what we did with these dreams. For example, fashion designing, isn't it? You are fashion designing, you like to draw. So even now, do you know you can serve the fashion industry by sketching out what you think they should sew, and they will start buying from you. Very easy. Comedy, TikTok, 1 minute, 3 minutes, reels. We can offer you for a start, if you like, 3 months, free recording. Yes, free recording. You do your jokes and you put them out there. Any other person, we already agreed that we're going to work on your own. Yes, baking. Baking is a little bit more expensive for commercial purposes, a little bit more expensive. Writing, one of the easy things to do, easy unquote, in the sense that with your phones, you don't actually need to do anything in writing it by way of paper and pen. Just put your phone on record. Samsung, for example, has the feature right now. As you speak, it types out the words for you. So you can actually start writing the book at your free time, any subject at all. And let's see what you can do in 30 days. Do we agree? All right, so who is the coordinator of this session? If we can get our names and phone numbers, we form a small team. That team is not for general gist. It's for piloting what we want to do. So those of you who want to be farmers, we can advise you somewhere along the line where to get input and the rest of it. Are we agreed? So Agenda 2027 will be here next year. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Or maybe you can come and share a bit. You can come up and share with them. It's so that they can.
Good evening. I'm just trying to put a rider to what our daddy just said. Like we just were told from the 2 days program that the mentorship program policy will be launched very soon. So I'm just suggesting, since we are going to form a platform for those of us that are already interested in coaching and counseling, because when such policies are launched, the first thing the head of service will do is to try to go to MDAs and sensitize and talk to the MDs about it. So for some of us that are already interested in coaching and counseling, we could be the first line of facilitators that will participate in that kind of program so that it's not all bordered on money and budgeting and everything. We're already here and we have the passion. So we can just key in and join the sensitization wagon. Thank you.
Thank you. This is exciting, and I trust at least half of us here will end up creating something wonderful before this time next year. Who's going to be part of that half? Raise your hand. Okay, okay. Um, okay, I said who will create something wonderful by next year? Okay, so I think we should encourage each other along the way, find collaborators. Um, okay, myself, I actually work, but I also do several creative endeavors from writing to teaching, um, anywhere I can. The thing is, with the things we could have been, we can actually be all those things right now. Very few of them are limited by what we do. For those who like to teach, you can still teach on weekends. It may not be a full class of students, but even if it's just your children, you know, sit down and teach, you know, it counts as you expressing your gift. And I think if more, I think we'll take another performance. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say there's a poem I wanted to read out. It's titled We Sit at the Gallery, A Lost People. But then I turned around and I saw that my colleagues there are NYC. So I have one that I wrote when I served. So I was going out and I saw some of my school guys coming in to serve too at Meduguri. So this is just a conversation between a copper that is passing out and one that is coming in. So it is titled, My Gentleman Brother. O brother, where goest thou? Has thy batch hatched and grown? Comrade of this integral course, hast thou finished thy course? Was it a fight fought good, or yet again to fight? The response, brother of mine, in a conquered land I go to break grounds anew, for my batch has hatched and grown. Truly, I have run a race and fought indeed a good fight, but many a battle is yet to be fought. Big brother, canst thou look aback to conquered world of youth, or afore to man's world yet to face, and say, which words anticipated? Brother, I can't say which little, but fatherland service has me in good stead for the world ahead. The little brother says, fare thee well, my gentleman brother, for tomorrow I will be grown and ready to face the man's world, and whether it be tough, will I know when thee I meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Um, The floor is still open for anybody inspired. I think at this point, if there's no performance, we can take advice or. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On a hill far away, Sudanese rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame. On the old rugged cross, the brightest and best of a world of lost sinners was slain. So I cherish the rugged cross till my surface at last I lay down. I will cling to the rugged cross and I change someday for a cross.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes left on the session. So, anyone who has anything to share?
Okay, it's just a piece of advice for those of you that are still in the service. I was surprised when I was handing over. I didn't know that they were calling me names. You know, they say the other side of Madame Fashe. I'm Mrs. Fashe, Adam. So they say the other side of Madame Fashe, they will say something like I was wicked. Then they will say, but the other side of her, this is very jolly person and that and that and that. But I am who I am today because of the other side of her. So those of you that are still in service, don't be afraid to discipline the younger ones. Discipline strengthens people. That was how I was trained, and that was what I was doing. So those that were not so close to me, especially those that didn't work very close to me, they would say, this woman is very wicked. But by the time they come close, this was their confession. I didn't know that all these things were going on. You know, I was just doing my work, and I can give you query. I can be your friend in the morning. That was the way they were describing me. That she will be your girlfriend in the morning, then she will be your terror in the afternoon. And then in the evening, if there's a party, the same you will be her dancing partner. And that's how I am. Don't join relationship with work. Separate them. No matter how close you are with somebody in your office, if you are friends, separate it from work. When it is necessary to discipline, please discipline. Advice, query. You are not punishing the person. You want to mold that person to be something better tomorrow. So please don't hesitate to teach your younger ones how to be themselves, how to grow, how to be disciplined. Teach them to be responsible. People should take responsibility for any of their actions. This morning, I have a small farm. I have someone that do the hips for me for the past 7 years. And every year he will break pipe because pipes are running through to people's houses. Every year he will break a pipe and I will show him this pipe. I will draw line. I say, this line is pipe. Please make sure you don't break anybody's pipe. Every year he does that. And I'll call the plumber and pay. Next year he will repeat it. So this year he did it this morning. And I called him. I said, you are going to pay. I will not pay. Because if you've been paying, you remember when you come to weed or come to do hip, you will remember that this place there's pipe, so you will not bust anybody's pipe. So I made him to pay this morning. I'm sure next year he will not break pipe. So that's way to train people. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can bring this session to an end. Or do we have any last? Okay, sir. Okay, maybe can keep it short so that we'll take one more.
Good evening. You presented a paper at the main hall. I was listening to you about your foreign Tunisian. I couldn't pick. Oh, so I had to run away. And then I only ran to come and meet you here again. So that means I cannot escape you. So maybe at the end I will get closer to you so that maybe if I'm closer to you, I will understand more of your intonation. So good evening, everyone. My name is Amos. I'm a deputy director with Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, NIBRI. In my institute, they call me Master of Innovations because I think a lot and I come up with things, and when I pass it to management, that always shock that I'm always thinking ahead. And I'm not, it's a research-based institute, but I'm an admin, I'm a deputy director admin. So sometimes even something that has to do with, that is not my fit, I go ahead and think about it and pass it to management. So it's we need to be creative. We need to be, I want to encourage us, ideas. My tomorrow said, ideas rule the world. Let us, at this stage we are, if know that this is not the last potentials you have. As our daddy, mommy has stated, there are things that are still in them that the world can still benefit. They've not exhausted. So as you are seated there, don't think that you have arrived. At this stage, you might just be starting. So I want us to believe that God has deposited a lot in us. You know, last month when I went to Gudu Cemetery, and I saw cemetery like estates. I remember what my tomorrow said. Ideas buried without the world benefiting. Many people were buried without world benefiting from the great ideas in them. So you have a lot in you that cannot be exhausted. So let's think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for attending. Sadly, we are out of time, and then we'll move on to the next session. Have a blessed day. Okay, can do a quick photograph for everyone here.
Okay. Just snap me. Who stand there? No, snap me here.